A few years ago, members of the Iracing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sells second, Hempstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. But what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8 Scops, the first year-long championship in Iracing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
This is Circuit de la Sarthe, known around the racing world simply as Le Mans. Since 1923, this track in Western France has been home to the world's original 24-hour endurance race. Coupled with the likes of the legendary Indianapolis 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is widely regarded as the world's most prestigious endurance race, and it forms a part of motorsport's Treble Crown. The first race was held on the outskirts of Le Mans back in 1906 and was called the French Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix of its kind. It was run on public roads, with one lap of the circuit stretching just over 103 kilometers. Then, in 1922, the secretary of the AECO, Georges Durand, was given 100,000 francs to facilitate and devise a new race for the region. Durand took this as an opportunity to stage something completely unheard of, a 24-hour endurance race that would push the modern race car to its limits, where manufacturers would prove their worth to the world. Durand's original Circuit de la Sarthe stretched 17.2 kilometers and was entirely comprised of public roads. It ventured into the city of Le Mans and stretched to a tight hairpin, before venturing on to the 8-kilometer long Mulsanne Straight. In 1929, the hairpin was bypassed due to safety concerns with expanding town suburbs, and safety was always a thing that changed and progressed the racetrack over the years. In 1932, the track as we know began to take shape. That was prompted by the construction of a new 1.5 kilometer bypass running from the start-finish area to the new entrance of the Mulsanne Straight, the now infamous Tête Rouge corner. This section featured the fast first curve that remains today, and what would later become the location of the famous Dunlop Bridge. Now, back in 1923, it was a field of 33 drivers that competed in the inaugural event, and their average speed, 57 miles an hour. By 1956, the field had increased to 49 cars, and they were running at nearly twice the average speed, at 104 miles an hour. As the cars became quicker and the competition rose, the track continued to evolve. For example, in 1972, the final section of the track was completely reconfigured to bypass the dangerous Maison Blanche kink. This included the addition of the Porsche curves and the revised Ford chicanes to slow the cars on the run from Arnage corner to the start-finish line. These features remain today. One of the then traditional aspects of the race was the Le Mans start. Drivers would stand across to the track where the cars were parked, and then at the drop of the French tricolor, they ran to their car, climbed in, fired the engine, engaged first gear, and pulled away in a cloud of exhaust and burned rubber. Not surprisingly, this was discontinued for safety reasons, as drivers would either rush to buckle their seatbelts, or they didn't even bother buckling them at all. Dan Gurney, who together with AJ Foyt won the 1967 race, famously recounted using his knees to steer his Ford GT Mark II on their opening lap at speeds well above 200 miles an hour whilst he fastened his seatbelt. Since 1971, Le Mans has reverted to the more traditional rolling start used throughout endurance racing today. Le Mans will ever be known as the proving ground for car manufacturers and a lifelong dream for drivers. It continues to rank as the pinnacle of endurance racing that inspires similar races to take shape around the world. Things like the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, or the 24 Hours of Spa, or the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But there will only ever be one Le Mans. Experience Le Mans on Iracing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I am Kane Kraft. With me, Scotty Fontaine. It's been a great race here if you've been watching on the other channels. It's been a long race here today, and we're 12 hours in. Even after 12 hours, Friction Racing is ahead by only 30 seconds. And that says a lot whenever you consider these guys have been on the track for over 12 hours now. And let's just run through real quick the top in each class here. We've got Friction Racing, Tom Ward driving the number 15 machine, leading in the HPDs, VRS Canada Sim Sport. Marty Patella is in second place. Andy Gorton in the Vortex Sim Racing machine in third. And then if we go down to the GT3 class, we've got, or the GT1 class rather, we've got Philip Ellis in the number 57 Inex Racing machine is in the number 1 spot. SimRC.de Leonardo Corti in second place. Team Chimera Jamie Wilson in third. Then going down to the Ford GTs, we've got Inex Racing PJ Sturgis in the number 9 machine in the number 1 spot. Phoenix Motorsports Jonathan Fuller in second. Shinya Mikimi Sin Racing Vincino Amico is in fourth there, so that is going to cover the 3 classes at the top of the score sheets.
Yeah, certainly. I'm quite surprised, Kane, how many people are still running in the event. To be honest, compared to a lot of the other 24-hour races that we've had, there's still a few people out there, which is good to see.
It is. Usually these races, they run so long that the gaps end up getting so huge in between the drivers, but here today we've got pretty close on several of the gaps between these guys. Down in the GT1 class, the Champs Iracing, within 3 seconds of the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home team of Rito Hartman is the driver in that machine. So definitely some close racers in the field. The race for the lead in the HPD class is well within 30 seconds now, and that is down about 5 seconds of where it was about 20 minutes ago. So Marty Patella doing his best to reel in the gap between he and first place Friction Racing.
Yeah, so 27-second gap that could definitely easily be made up just by a mistake by the leading car. These guys really fast out front, so it's going to be hard for the others to catch, but it's certainly a long race and anything can happen in 24 hours.
So a little bit of trouble getting things going here today. Do want to apologize to you guys for that. And if you were waiting for this show to get started and to this last 12 hours of the race, this last half of the race here today, I had a little bit of issues with the update and stuff, but we are live now, got things going. A little bit different overlays for you guys to see here today, but nonetheless, we do got this thing going. It's going to be a great race to finish out the last 12 hours.
Yeah, certainly Iracing have made some update changes to the data. So yeah, we've had a few issues with overlays working and whatnot, but we've managed to get something sorted for tonight, so should be a good race.
Le Mans, obviously the newest of the tracks here on the iRacing service. Enough just can't be said of the quality of content that iRacing has been releasing here lately. This latest track, just stellar, just unbelievable, the quality that iRacing has been releasing in their last, I would say 6-7 tracks have all been just as good a quality. Just amazing what these guys are able to do at iRacing.
Yeah, no, you're certainly right, Kane, mate. They're doing really well. I saw that they are having an update for working on animations for the driver's hands when turning the wheel and stuff like that, which looks really exciting. So yeah, certainly good things coming up over the next little while in the iRacing world.
Yeah, iRacing's got so much that they're working on. It's definitely a great time to be a member of the iRacing service with the great content that they've released just in the last year alone. But what they've got coming up for the next year is just amazing. Of course, they're working on some day-night transitions, and as you mentioned earlier, the animations that they're working on. They're, of course, working on drivers' arms. They've got a lot of stuff going on in the background and stuff that they've mentioned that they would like to be able to focus on. They've got other stuff ahead of it, but things like pit crews and stuff like that that are on the list. Just don't know when they'll get to those things. But animated pit crews is definitely one that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, me too. I'm certainly looking forward to the when iRacing gets to the dirt and seeing how that all goes. I know that here at V8 Online we'll certainly be jumping on and streaming some of those events. So yeah, watch this space.
Yeah, dirt racing, definitely a venue that's popular all around the world. It's quite popular here in America, as well as over in Australia as well. Dirt racing, quite popular. So I can't wait for dirt. Being raised at the dirt track myself, my dad was a dirt racer and spent many years in my youth out at the dirt track. That's just one thing I just can't wait for. It just hasn't been done quite right in all the games in the past. So for iRacing to take on dirt is really something big, because just to be able to play a dirt sim that's been done properly is going to be a game changer, and I'll finally be able to get on track with these guys and be able to compete, because of course road racing isn't my number one love. Dirt is, so hopefully I'll be able to get out there on the dirt and do a good enough job to be able to compete with some of these guys that just blow me away on the asphalt.
Yeah, well, I've been lucky enough to be able to race a sprint car in my hometown of New Zealand for a couple of seasons, which, yeah, I'm really interested to see, how they make it happen on Iracing. I know how much of a thrill it is driving them in real life, so I'm sure it'll be just the same in Iracing. Currently focused on the STC Motorsports HPD. Marty Carroll, a Australian. See him and that team in the V8 Scott Series quite a bit.
STC, definitely one of the nicest groups of guys you will ever get to hang around if you get to spend some time with them. They are all just top-notch guys. Great to see him here in the top split. Doing well in 11th place. Marty Carroll piloting the machine right now. Of course, we'll see other very skilled drivers be behind the wheel of that machine as the day goes on. But right now, it is Marty Carroll. He finds himself less than 3 seconds behind the 10th position in the CTC Racing red machine of Nuno Moreira.
Don't worry, Matt, I find these names difficult to pronounce too.
Yeah, these big 24-hour races have a lot of drivers from around the world, and some of them with some very challenging names. I'm going to say that was Nuno Moreira. That probably sounds a little better. Up in 7th place in the Vively Rift team, that is George Sandman. George is I guess you could call him world renowned in the sim racing world, a driver of these prototype machines. He's won numerous championships in the prototype genre, so definitely good to see him out here doing well. He's up into 7th. He's about 46 seconds off of 6th place. Patrick Wolf in 6th place in the Pure Racing Team LMP. Now, just a second ago, we were talking about the SDC HPD and Marty Carroll piloting that machine. Just noticed on the score sheet, Marty going to be coming under pressure soon, maybe. He's got 1.5 seconds back to Team Cataluna Motorsports Red. It's up to 1.7 seconds now, so I was thinking that the Team Cataluna was catching up to Marty. We might see a battle there, but Marty actually pulling away from the number 85 machine, the Team Cataluna of Gerald Akaris? Yes, I guess that's how you would say it. Gerald Akaris is the pilot of the number 85 machine. A gap now up to 1.9 seconds. So Marty Carroll effectively pulling away from the Team Cataluna Motorsports red machine. And that gap is increasing though from Marty Carroll up to Nuno Moreira. Up to 7.5 seconds now. Another closer race, the Thrustmaster Mivano Racing of Fabio Gonzalez in 8th place in the number 10 machine is 5 seconds from George Sandman in the Vively Rift team. In 7th, so 5.2 seconds between 7th place and 8th place. So there are several races on the track which are somewhat close. And that is up in the HPD section, going down to the GT1. The closest gap is 10 seconds, and that is for 4th place in the GT1s, and that is the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 team of Reto Hartman. He is 11 seconds from Team Chimera, number 54, Jamie Wilson. Next Racing GT2, PJ Sturgis heading the field of the Ford GTs. Jonathan Fuller in 2nd place in the Ford GTs, under some pressure now from an HPD. The HPD able to get around without issue. I'm gonna have to do a better job paying attention to my microphone. It keeps sticking on me and not working, so my apologies guys if you haven't heard any of what I've been saying for the last 5 minutes or so. I think I've got it squared away now.
You know, we can hear you loud and clear, Kane, mate. No dramas at all. Currently focused on P4 as they just come into the pit lane. It's the Corsim Racing HPD.
Looks like Jonas Puaka is in the machine for the Glacier Racing team. I have always loved the paint scheme for the Glacier guys. Whenever I first started iRacing, Glacier was broadcasting a lot of the races, and they were one of the only groups that were broadcasting. And of course, they also had the racing team, and always fast, always up at the top of the field, and they always had the coolest paint schemes, and things just haven't changed in that regard. They still have some very cool paint schemes, and still have some of the best drivers in the ranks.
Yeah, they certainly do, mate, and they put on a great broadcast when they broadcast stuff.
Yeah, of course, the Glacier has the broadcasting has kind of separated themselves and evolved into what is now RaceSpot TV. And of course, RaceSpot is just top notch on their broadcast stuff. Definitely one of the most professional sim racing broadcast groups out there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, mate. Will Vincent has certainly done a great job with getting that going, and runs a professional gig.
One busy man that Will Vincent is. I swear, it seems like every time I see him, he's in a whole different country or in a different part of the country. I see one day he'll post a picture from here in America, the next day he's in London, and then the next day he's in, I don't know, somewhere else. It's crazy how much Will gets around.
Yeah. Well, I'm living here in London myself, and certainly have caught up with him a few times, and yeah, no, he's a really, really nice guy.
Yeah, you definitely get that sense from him when even just watching him in a video or even just in photos of him. You get that sense that he is a super nice guy. He just has one of those smiles and just friendliness about him that I don't know. I'm a pretty good judge of character usually, and you can just sense that character from people, and he definitely seems like he is a great guy. Never got to meet him myself, but I imagine someday I probably will meet him or see him somewhere. I don't get around nearly as much as you two guys do. You having toured, what'd you hit, 13 countries or more than that in just about 2 months' time over the summer?
Yeah, no, I did a tour of Europe, which was pretty cool. I bought a camper van in London and drove all through Europe, and I actually broadcasted our V8 Scop series from 11 different countries over the time that I was touring, which was pretty cool. And now I'm back here based in London and living here for the next couple of years. So no, it's really exciting, and yeah, obviously caught up with Will in London, and went and visited him at his hometown in Birmingham, which is about an hour from London. Which yeah, no, it was he's a wealth of knowledge. Will, a very intelligent man, and yeah, no, he does great for the sim community.
Has definitely been a asset to the sim racing community and the iRacing community for sure. So many thanks to Will Vincent for what he does for the community. Let's go back on track now. Gonna look at the number 88 machine in the Ford GTs. That's Mad Cow Racing. That is the Bessie team. Craig Hunter piloting that machine. He looks like he's in 9th in the Ford GT class. He is catching up though to the team just ahead of him, Christian Kiewit, piloting the number 25 machine. Mad Cow Racing just 1.5 seconds away from the 25 machine of Christian Kiewit. That gap already down to 1.1 seconds, so Craig Hunter on the move here late in the race to catch up to the 8th position in the 4 GTs. That gap is definitely closing in 1.1 seconds now, so we should see a battle here before long between the 8th and 9th place in the 4 GT. Do want to apologize to everybody. I've been quite sick here this weekend, and so I'm not feeling my best, and so I'm definitely not going to be calling the race my best. And I know a big race like the 24-hour Le Mans definitely deserves some better commentary than what I'm providing here, but we will get through this block as Craig Hunter now right on the bumper of Christian Kiewit, just ahead of him. Less than half a second now separates the two. We are going to have a change in position for 30th overall, 8th in the 4GT class. Maybe not a change in position, but definitely a big battle here as Craig Hunter reeling in Christian Kiewit. From almost 2 seconds down, has reeled in all that gap just within a lap. These guys going to let an HPD by here very soon. I was thinking they were going to let him by that turn, but in a pretty big race themselves, so they'll have to let him by on the long straightaway. Good thing about Le Mans is there is several really long straightaways, so if an HPD happens to get stuck in traffic, it won't be too long, just a couple turns before they're at another long straightaway and can make their move. So I'm still watching Christian Kiewit. He's got Craig Hunter all over his bumper, but still holding on to position quite nicely for the number 30 machine. Even after Craig Hunter reeled him in from such a far distance back, Christian Kiewit able to not only hold on to position, but now starting to pull away just a little bit from Mad Cow Racing's Bessie team, Craig Hunter, the pilot of that machine.
As we move back in the field now, focusing on P8, the CTC Racing black car.
Ovi Tringareed in the number 11 machine in the 8th position here in the HPDs. Doing quite well. He is 8 seconds from the 7th position Pure Racing Team LMP White of Dennis Grabowski. So of doing quite well here today in the 8th position. Definitely trying to track down the 7th place just ahead. 8 seconds is quite a bit to have to try to gain here at Le Mans, just because the straightaways and the speeds, and I'll tell you what, the guys ahead in this HPD class are just some fantastic drivers. So it's definitely going to be tough. That gap is now up to 11 seconds, so falling back just a little bit over Tringareed. So might find a little bit of a challenge to gain that time that he needs to get up into 7th. But more importantly, he's got Fabio Gonzalez behind, 9.2 seconds behind. So if he is losing pace to the 7th place car up ahead, there is a good chance that the Thrustmaster Movano Racing Team, Fabio Gonzalez, could be catching him as well. So he'll definitely want to keep an eye on that as well.
And this track I'm on is such a great circuit. I personally haven't had the pleasure of driving it on Iracing. Since I've been travelling, I haven't had my sim rig all set up. I've just got my laptops, and I actually broadcast remotely through my PC base back in New Zealand. So everything's done remotely, and yeah, we certainly try our best to bring the best racing to you guys. We had our V8 Scops round 13 Saturday race day, which was a lead up to the big race, which is directly after this event this morning. So be sure to check out V8 Scops round 13, which is the last round of the Enduro Cup, which is at Virginia Raceway. So should be a great event there.
All of the V8 Cops events have just been unbelievable. You see hosted series on iRacing all the time, and even many of them are broadcasted, and they're good events. But I have never seen a series quite like V8 Cops yet that has just been so full of talent and excitement. Just every single race has been just so full of excitement and drama, and everything you could ask for a series is right there in the V8 Cops. You get the bumper-to-bumper racing, you get the drama. We've had drivers run out of fuel in the last corners of the race and cause a big dramatic ending, and wrecks and regresses in the final laps of the race, and just all kinds of drama that has made the V8 Scops such an exciting series, on top of just absolutely fantastic racing.
Yeah, you're certainly right, Kane, mate. It's a great series to be a part of. We really have some top sim racers which bellowed out the front, and sort of it's such a great series to be a part of, and this year's been really successful for us. We've had some great races, and a lot of people sort of show interest in joining the sport, and gained a lot of social media attention from a lot of different places, and our Bathurst 1000 event was huge for us. We had almost 30,000 people watch that race, which was great.
Yeah, Bathurst is such an amazing track in and of itself, and then to put the the best V8 supercar drivers, virtual V8 supercar drivers, on the track all together, and and with their teammates, and be able to switch the drivers. Iracing has just done such an amazing job with the driver changes and everything, that these races where you can now pull into the pits and change drivers just like in the real world really has opened up the doors to all these big 24-hour races that you see, which are super fun from a team standpoint of view. To race in one of these 24-hour events is so much fun, to be watching your teammates, and then your turn comes up to drive, and you have to drive your entire stint, which could be 3-4 hours, and not damage your car. You're more worried than ever about what you do to the car, because somebody has to come in and take it from you, and they inherit any damage that you have done to the car. And it's just the first time we've ever seen anything quite like it in the sim world, and it's just been amazing. Marcus Hamilton in the number one spot in the Friction Racing 24-hour Du Mans HPD. He is in the 15 machine, just passing some slower traffic there. He has got 22 seconds over second place Canada Sim Sport number 88, Marty Patella. So Marty still reeling in the gap. He's got that gap down to 21 seconds now. It was over 30 seconds when we joined, and it's just been getting, that gap has just been getting slimmer and slimmer. So with under 12 hours to go, just, 11 hours, 47 minutes to go, there's definitely plenty of time for Marty Patella to get that gap down, and the race is definitely not over for the lead. Marty Patella could definitely get that 21 seconds in as much time as he has to do it.
Sorry guys, I do apologise for no picture change at the stage. I just had Iracing crash me, so just restarting that.
In the HPDs, we've got 7 seconds separating the Thrustmaster Movano Racing Fabio Gonzalez and CTC Racing Black of Tringrade. 6.8 seconds separate the two. So won't be long maybe, and we will see a battle for the 8th place in the HPDs. Then of course we've got Marty Patella that is still reeling in that gap for the leader. He's down to 20 seconds separating Marty Patella and Marcus Hamilton. First place in the GT1 field, Philip Ellis, noticing that the second place car of Leonardo Corti is within 10 seconds. Looks like, I don't know, it seems to be dropping. It was at 9 seconds earlier, now it's at 12 seconds, so some kind of goof up in my timing. Or either that or Leonardo is, he don't seem like he's off pace by that much margin where this gap is just really climbing. Team Chimera in the pits, number 87, Randolph Chenoweth in the machine. They're just finishing up their pit stop. Should be pulling out here shortly. They are double stacked at the moment with an HPD that is now pulled out. And that was Team Cataluna Motorsports Red of Jordi Diaz in the machine now. So a couple of driver changes. 13th position, Jordi Diaz in the machine. And then, of course, that was Randolph Chenoweth in the Ford GT. He is out now on the track, out of the pits, and he's got things going. In the lead in the Ford GT is Nathan Sharpner in the Inex Racing GT2.
Yeah, so not much of a gap really back to second place in that class. Yeah, they're all quite close really. This could be a battle to the end for these guys.
Yeah, after well over 12 hours of races, getting close to 13 hours now, to just be separated by 5 seconds between first place in class to second place, 5.7 seconds, and then 8 seconds back to third place, Vincino Amico. And from there, the gap does get kind of big, but definitely the top three are right there within striking distance. Well, maybe not quite striking distance, but they are still within position to gain positions.
So we'll put it out there to our viewers. You got any questions for myself or Kane, or about the sim racing, about anything really, just type it in the YouTube chat and we'll answer that best as we can.
Another one of the Ford GTs into the pits. Christer de Ruyter, the Gathering of Tweakers team, taking his Ford GT down pit lane. Not sure if they're going to be doing a driver change yet, but definitely going to get some service. A little bit of damage to the number 99 Gathering of Tweakers machine. No driver change, just some service, and now out of the pits for Christer de Ritter. The outside view of Christer's car looks pretty good. It don't look like there's any damage. When I was on the inboard view just a minute ago, it looked like there was a little bit of crinkling on the hood, but the car looks really good from the outside, so maybe it's just a visual mistake on my screen because the machine looks clean to me. So we should see a race here for 5th place in the 4 GTs.
Oh, welcome back everybody. Just had a few technical issues on our end. We've changed out the American accent for the Australian accent, so I'm Sam Sutton. I'll be taking you for about the next 90 minutes or so through the third quarter of the 24 Hours of Le Mans here. So far, seems like everything's gone according to plan. Big noticeable casualty will be that number 1 Coanda HPD. I think everyone was tipping that for the win with the drivers who were on board, but fortunately they've had some incidents and 136 laps off the lead and parked it up. Friction Racing, who are generally very good in HPD, are currently leading by about 22 seconds over the second Coanda car, the number 88, which is actually the number 6 car in the session. They're 22 seconds off the lead, and they got a good 30 seconds over Gecko. Vortex Sim Racing in third. We've got 14 HPDs sort of in the competitive running at the moment. Every other HPD's been crashed out and DNF'd. We've got about 8 GT1 cars still competing, and it's about 14 or 15 of the GT2s competing. Probably a few more. The laps are a bit jumbled up with everybody out there, but strong participation. I believe it's about a 7,000 soft just to get in to the HPD field for this race. So basically, you're a pro driver in this race at the moment if you're a HPD driver, or you're very much up there with the R rating. It's good though, we're seeing some good racing for a third, or the middle part of a 24-hour race. We've done, here at so long we've done the Nürburgring 24 and the Spa 24. We got the same shift for the Spa 24 as we have now for the Le Mans, and there wasn't much going on. As I'm just looking at Friction having a passing move on the number 20 GT1 car into Indianapolis, but quite good racing so far going out there. There's still cars on the lead lap, being Coanda, Geico, Vortex, and Core Sim Racing HPD still fighting for a victory. Of course, 24-hour sprint race essentially with no safety cars. So once you lose that lap, it's pretty hard to get it back unless something drastic occurs to the cars on track.
Yes, so thanks for jumping on and joining us, Sammy, mate. Really appreciate it. Unfortunately, our American commentator Kane's been a bit crook, and that's all he can do for today. But we have our legend Sammy Sutton, who did pretty well today in the V8 Scops race, or should I say yesterday, the pre-races before the big event this morning in a few hours' time.
Yeah, of course, I am usually a driver of a V8 supercar, so jumped in to help with this, and we'll jump up about 90 minutes to go and prepare for my race later today, the 500, the VIR. But we've got the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which is something I would have liked to have raced. It's just clashed with Scops on the weekend. It's quite unfortunate. There are a few Aussies, I know teammates of mine are running in lower splits in the HPD, and it's been a very popular car this week at this event is the HPD. There's splits lower down where it's just HPDs in the field. There were that many of them registered. So it's a bit of it's showing that Iracing's new splitting system does work in a way, in that it tries to get cars in equal amounts of cars in every split, and then of course the overflow you just get thrown in there. So but we are looking, just having a look at our GT1 field. We've run through HPDs, but we've got Onyx Racing GT1 with some noticeable names in there, of course, like William Levesque, Jack Segwick, a few names you would have seen in the Blancpain Endurance Series not that long ago. Dave G-Link as well. They're currently leading GT1 field in the number 57 Aston Martin, running that British Racing Green car. They've got about a lap over SimRC Iris. They've gone down the Mad Cow route and named their cars. They've named it Iris, so they're second in GT1 with Team Chimera in third. MSP drivers home, fourth in GT1 with Champs Iracing fifth. GSRC, who were just covering the previous 6 hours of this event, are running sixth in their class, which is GT1, also in an Aston. There's a lot of Aston Martins out here. Don't think I've seen maybe 1 or 2 Corvettes. In fact, all the cars still competing for a good result in GT1 are Aston Martins. The first Corvette's actually in 35th place, which is Triton Racing Blue, which is 8th in class. 24 laps off the lead, so about 6 off the next car in his class. Onyx at the moment have got a sweep of GT1 and GT2 with their number 9 Ford GT taking the lead so far in the Ford class. GT2 an interesting class to drive in. They've got they've got a bit of corner speed, but no straight line speed. It's just to offset it so that HPDs or the prototypes of the GT1s can be quicker landing places. So GT1 and prototype are quicker down the straights, but the GT2 can make it up in the corners. HPD is just quick everywhere because it's a wicked car to drive, and I think unfortunately I couldn't race because I wanted to be in HPD this weekend. It's very committed car to drive through the Porsche curves. So we've probably seen a few guys have some accidents and some mega shunts in that section of the track.
Yeah, it's certainly a great circuit, mate. You've obviously done a few laps around here in the V8 Supercar a few weeks back. Tell us a little bit about the circuit.
Well, it's a tale of two halves, this circuit. The first half of the lap, and I might cop some flack, was quite boring. You come through the Dunlop curve, you get Dunlop chicane, you get all that part of the way done, you get through Tet Rouge, fun corner to drive, and then it's just boredom for the next, half a minute as you drive down the Mulsanne straight. And the 2 chicanes are all that really kind of keep you awake. But then you get to the back half of the track, once you sort of go through the Mulsanne hairpin, and the run towards Indy, that's when you sort of wake up. And you're like, right, this is where the commitment part of the track is. Indianapolis is a wicked corner in any car. Interesting in a V8, in HPD, you pretty much flat through the first part, and then it's just as hard as you can on the brakes, not locking that inside front for the actual Indianapolis style corner. The Arnage hairpin is just terrible. But it's a tricky corner to get through, mainly because it's so tight and so slow, and because you go from so fast to so slow, it's just off-putting and you feel like you're walking on the track. And then the Porsche curves, of course, barrel of fun, flat out in a HPD, very committed in a GT1, and I haven't driven a GT2 around here, so I'm not entirely sure. But and the Ford chicane, that's great as well. You throw it through in the HPD. They've made an addition to the track in one of the patches they put out, where they put some cones in the first part of the Ford chicane, so you know where the slowdowns are now. So before it was a bit of guesswork, like, did I take too much curb or not? And now they've put in a clear defining line. If you cross that curb or cross those cones, essentially you're going to risk a slowdown. So you run it between the cones, and you're pretty safe. But it's a very committed track for the last half. First half, it's just kind of hold the foot flat and go fast.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a great track in real life. I certainly hope to get there myself while living over here in Europe. Would definitely be one that I'd love to drive around too, but don't know if that's a possibility, but you never know, sometime in the future. I take a focus back to our P11 STC Motorsports, one of our Australian teams. Going alright, sitting back there, P11.
Yeah, STC, Australian sort of team, Australian United States based team as well, and they've got Klaus Winter in the car. Just see who else has driven with them so far. So some Aussie names, you got Bo Cubis, Marty Carroll and James McKnight there. V8 drivers jumped into HPD for this 24, and then Bruno Barbagilli, butchered that name, I'm sorry, Rafael Mata, and then in the cars Klaus Winter. From Brazil for the first two, and Scandinavia for Klaus, so a bit of a South American and European flavour to STC, to Motorsports, which is a team for V8's online viewers you've usually seen with an Australian flavour. But back in the history, they did come out of the United States with James McKnight and Nigel Bain, sorry.
Well, you're certainly doing a better job at pronouncing names than myself and Kane were, mate, so well done on that.
Yeah, there's a bit of confusion with the overlays at the moment for the viewers. The colour next to the team's name is their licence, it's not actually their class. They're actually not our regular overlays. I think we had an issue with them last night in an earlier broadcast, so we've gone to these sort of backup overlays, the ATVO overlay set that's out there on the forums we're using there. So Formula 1 style graphics, which actually kind of suits this racing. It's a bit cleaner and shows you a better ticker for team names than what we usually run, which is suited to single driver stuff.
Yeah, we're just with Iracing making changes to their data that is projected from the sim. Our standard overlays haven't sort of been handling that too well, so certainly plan to get that fixed.
So just looking at the Iberica Racing Team number 69 HPD, it's just being lapped, or potentially trying to unlap itself from the VRS Coanda Simsport number 6 car, even though their team name's number 88. I think one of the mad car, Bessie stole their car number tonight, so it's a bit odd when you see a team name that says their number and then they're not actually that car number in the sim. But the Coanda car's second, Iberica 69 is 5th. I'm not sure if they're unlapping or are being lapped, but just since I've come on air, Coanda's pulled in about a second and a half on friction. They've still got 21 seconds to go, plenty of time. And we've only just crossed halfway. We've got 10 minutes to go until we have 11 hours left. I believe the stints in the HPD... So I've got lots of HPD facts because of some of the guys I race with in V8s are driving HPD, so they give me all their numbers. But it's about 45 minutes for a stint in the HPD on a tank. Of course, you're running wide open here most of the lap, so a very high fuel burn. Usually you get about 50 to 55, sometimes even pushing an hour out of a HPD tank at other tracks we go to. Just looking at the overall leader, the Friction Sim Racing number 15 HPD, just lapping a Ford GT there as he runs down the Mulsanne straight towards the first chicane. Bit of GD2 traffic in front, some GT1s punctuated in there. I've actually heard, I don't know if it's true or not, a rumour going around that if a GT1 car is in draft, the HPD isn't fast enough to pass it in a straight line. Could just be something with someone's setup they've done. But yeah, if a GT1 car has draft, good luck passing it in a straight line if you're in a HPD. It's something that's notable. GD1 is meant to be very fast in a straight line. It's their strength and they're not that great through the corners, which is how the balances out with HPD, which is quite interesting to kind of find out that, yeah, it's hard to get past for a HPD. We had that sort of issue as well back in the old Pro 2 GT series. If you got a GD1 car, you'd have to sort of really drive it in deep if you wanted to pass him in a straight line. As we're just watching the 15, we'll see if he can pass the number 17 GT1 Aston Martin as MSP driver time 4. In fact, it's got a bit of damage on it, so we should be able to drive by pretty easily.
Yeah, I think we'll take a lap on board with the number 15 car next time round.
Now, Friction's a team that you don't sort of see much around the pro part of iRacing service, you know, the GP series, NASCAR, or the Blancpain series, which just wrapped up last week. But when it comes to these official events, these are the 24s, the 12 hours, the 6 hours and stuff that iRacing put on, they're always up there. I know they haven't had the results that have been ideal. I remember 12 hour last year they were in it and they were on for the win, cleaned up by some back markers. But so far, fingers crossed, touch wood, all sorts of stuff, no commentator's curse here. 11 hours and 7 minutes to go. They can hold on from Coanda, but a bit of traffic is just closing that gap between them and Coanda. And Iberica's coming with Coanda as well through the field, so I think Iberica's just going to sit there and hopefully pick up a lap somewhere. But our leader's just coming towards the entry of the Porsche curves, rounding up GD2 car just in time. There's nothing worse than being stuck behind one of them through the Porsche curves, considering it's mostly flat in the HPD, and the GD2, of course, not going to be as quick. But our leader will grab a lap on board now as he just begins to exit the Porsche curves. And through the final chicane, the tightest section before chicane, comes the number 15, being driven by Marcus Hamilton onto a new lap. That previous lap he was in 3:35, which is 2.8 seconds slower than his best lap, and the best lap for that car. So a bit of traffic playing into it there. Coming through the Dunlop chicane, an interesting bit. You can get a slowdown pretty easily through here. It's a very low mechanical grip track, coming from the high aero you get. At high speeds with the HPD, you come down to the slower speeds, it doesn't want to turn. Now coming towards Tetra Rouge, which very recently, 2013, the unfortunate incident with Alan Simonson, where he's lost his life on the exit of this corner in the wet. And we'll run it down the Mulsanne straight. This is where you can almost have a nap. I know some guys were eating breakfast Australian time when they were driving down the straight because you've got so much time to think about it. Some guy was having his cup of tea in the morning. See how deep he goes here on the brakes into the first chicane. Gets to 100 board before he jumps on the brakes. It's very easy to pick up a slowdown through these, across these curbs as well, sorry. I take a bit too much. Generally the rule is about half a car. If you get more than half a car over it, you're going to cop a slowdown penalty, and they're quite brutal for how much time you gain. You gain about a tenth, you'll cop 2 seconds, so got to tread the line between going fast and not copying the slowdown. I was talking about Coanda closing the gap. They're actually in the pit lane now. A driver change in that car. Marty Piatella appears to be jumping out, and Mitchell de Jong jumps in and is just leaving the pit lane now. Back up to our onboard lap with Marcus Hamilton. He's just exited the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight, now running towards the Mulsanne hairpin. It's actually the second slowest corner on the track, followed Anage before it, and then this is the second slowest part. Committed entry, of course. You'll see this rapid right-hander. Does he go flat through it? Yes, he does, and gets pretty much to the apex of the right-hander before he jumps on the brakes. Down to first gear, all a bit loose there. Gathers it up. Traction control and HPD, of course, helping there. Another long run towards Indianapolis under the Toyota Hybrid. Everyone's getting rumours about LMP1 cars because there's Toyota and Audi signs and Porsche signs, but he runs into the bit of AstroTurf on the entry there to Indy. Gets to fifth gear at the apex and then down to second for the left-hander. Again, a bit loose, and there's a bit of dirt on the outside there. Everyone using the gravel trap, and then down to first gear for Arnage. A very slow corner with an interesting exit. And then you've got to get a good run because this runs towards the Porsche curves. It's got a Corvette in front. That I believe will be the Triton Racing Blue. Very committed through the Porsche curve. See that wall on the right creeps up on you very, very quick. He's going to catch this Corvette just at the exit here, which is probably ideal timing for him. He can just shoot to the left, clear him well and truly, and have a clean run through the forward chicane. This first part is very fun. I thoroughly enjoy it. You just fly it across the curbs. But then you got to slow it right down for the second part, which you can't take as much curb in the HPD. It does spring a bit. And that is a lap. See what he does. It's a 3-minute 35.4, so 4 tenths faster than his last lap. And our director's actually had to take a pit stop, so he'll be back shortly once he's done there. So we'll be on board until he gets back because he's the one manning the cameras. So our director is back. We've just seen Gecko Vortex, have just jumped into the pit lane in HPD class. Coanda's done their pit stop, so they'll cycle back up to second place. Vortex in the lane. That's about it. So far there's a HPD behind them that's a couple of laps down. Just jumped to join him in the pit lane. So pit stop time's coming up now. We've seen Coanda, Vortex, haven't seen Core, or Core's actually pit as well. There's significant change in the gap there. Iberica, I don't believe has stopped yet. They stopped on lap 200, so they're about 10 laps out of sequence with the rest of the HPD field. They're about 10 laps sooner than everybody else that we're looking at in the competitive part of the field. Iberica still within with a shot. They're only a lap down. They can still pull some magic and get that lap back. But once you get 2 laps down, you're pretty much out of it unless a major shunt occurs at the front and miracles occur.
Yeah, well, iRacing certainly throws up miracles. We saw that in V8 Sculpt's Bathurst 1000 this year, with some, some not so suspecting names finishing on the podium. Just
having a look at the Australian GD2 car in the field, the Mad Cow Racing Bessie. She's currently running 29th overall and 7th in class, just being passed by Inex Racing GT2. That'll put her on a lap down on them. I'm not sure how many laps they were originally. Their next car for position is the number 12 car, which is coming through the Mulsanne hairpin, so about half a lap ahead.
Currently focused on P27 at this stage.
Yeah, gathering a tweakers for GT, as we've just in the background I've seen our leader, the number 15 Friction Racing 24-hour Le Mans HPD, jump in the pit lane to do their pit stop. Yeah, so the battle we were talking about, so gathering of tweakers with Krista de Ridder, sorry I nearly said de Riddler in there, with the Petronas Racing Team number 12 with Ollie Quacker, butchered that as well, sorry mate, for 27th and 28th overall. And essentially fifth in class. This is the battle for these two, and Bessie will be hoping something occurs between these guys and catch it and allow her to catch up. Gathering of tweakers hold a reasonably well-known endurance series of their own. That's broadcast on RaceSpot TV. They've just got a GT1 car coming through. That's Danny Conlon and Team Chimera 54. That's third in class for the GT1s. Just having to wait until he clears the Porsche curves before he fires it down the inside. He should get Ollie clear before the Ford chicane. He'll have to wait a bit though to get past Krista, as actually Ollie goes to the pit lane there, so Petronas Racing jumps to the lane. Looks like to see where they pop out relative to Bessie. Just seeing where Bessie last pit. She last pit on her lap 177. She's on lap 188 at the moment. It's about half a stint out of sequence. Or, no, 10 laps out of sequence. I'm just having a stab. It's going to be about a 20 lap tank. Someone will probably correct me on that in the broadcast chat. We actually just had a change of position. We're looking at gathering a tweakers, the 99, but Zen Racing, the number 67s, had something go wrong with them and they've dropped in behind them. They were in front, of course. They've actually just rewinding my tape. They've gone off at the Dunlop chicane quite severely and they've had to cop the slowdown. They've essentially straight lined the right-hander and cop the slowdown. That's going to put them behind gathering of tweakers.
I must say, Sam, I'm very surprised how many cars are still running. To be honest, with sort of no free cars, as we should say. Yeah, I'm quite surprised considering I guess Nürburgring we had a lot of people drop out during the 24 hours.
I think Le Mans is slightly more forgiving circuit. The Nürburgring, there's no runoff. If you're in the grass, you're in the fence, pretty much like VIR as well. But here, there's a lot of the lap that's relatively easy. There's no risk involved, and that's pretty much the Mulsanne straight. The last half of the lap, there's generally a bit of room if you need to go off somewhere. And I think most guys know Le Mans fairly well, and it's a fairly easy layout to remember. It's not like the Nürburgring where every corner looks the same in some places. At Le Mans, every corner is different, so it's easy to remember the layout. And I think guys have just done a lot of laps. I think every practice serve in the last 2 days has been pretty much full. A lot of guys are keen for this event. It's probably going to be one of the biggest official events Iracing have ever held. Le Mans, something we've been wanting for a while. Probably even going to rival the inaugural 24 Hours of Daytona, the first ever team race that Iracing held. I think this is going to jump way above that in terms of participation.
Yeah, I personally love these 24-hour races. I've never had the pleasure of doing an official one, but I've certainly done the Australian Endurance Series. which is a lot of fun and really competitive and a great sort of team bonding exercise, I should say.
I've just had a look at how many splits we've got. We've got 11 splits for this event, which is quite unheard of. That's 11 splits.
Yeah, I guess because
Of
there was
well and
only
truly
one.
over like 50, 60 cars. It's the max, I think.
Yeah, and there was only sort of one time zone of racing, which I guess sort of attracts a lot more people versus the other sort of 24-hour events we've had them start 4 hours apart. Myself and Kane were talking earlier, Sam, about sort of the updates that Iracing are sort of producing, and it's going to be really interesting when the dirt comes to Iracing. What are your sort of thoughts on that?
I think the dirt's already come. You just go through gravel traps right on the road and you've got a dirt track now. But dirt's going to open up a new market for Iracing, which is something that'll be good for them. I don't know if I'll have a go on dirt. I'm more of a keep the car in a straight line sort of guy. But I know there's a few of my teammates who are very keen for dirt. And it should be a bit of fun, just as a bit of probably a bit more banterous for us Aussies to drive on some dirt tracks than anything else. It's something we're not used to. And here we go. I know it's going to be big for the American scene. They're very big on dirt oval racing, so should be good for that. And I've actually just done a quick little tally of how many drivers are currently in all the sessions for Le Mans, and we've got 1,631 drivers currently in a session.
Wow, that's a great turnout. Great turnout. Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing what they produce for this dirt. I know they're putting a lot of time and effort into it, and I've driven on R Factor and whatnot with sprint cars and had the pleasure of driving them in real life. Yeah, it's certainly going to open up a whole new market to a whole lot of sort of different people that are involved in motorsport, but sort of don't like driving on asphalt and would rather go around in a circle. So. I know that myself, I certainly plan to broadcast these events, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Just having a look through all the cars at the moment to see if there's a gap. Oh, sorry, a battle going on. And Berica's just grabbed their lap back now, so we've got 5 cars on the lead lap. Now I'm wondering, I'm looking at the number 19 car, their name is Vive Le Rift. So I'm wondering if this team is all a bunch of guys who are using VR, so the HTC Vive or the Oculus Rift. I think I'm about 70% safe with saying they're all driving on Rifts or Vives. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, that's something that is going to be interesting to see where it goes, the VR side of things. For guys on triple screens, guys with dashes, what they do with that, whether they go to VR and they're limited with what the car will show, or whether they stick with their 3 screens, like what most guys run who are at the top end sort of thing, but on the triples. I know personally I'll stick with triples for a while. They're much more practical than VR.
Yeah, I haven't had the pleasure of using a VR yet. I know sort of a few people, the likes of Shaman Gisbergen, he started using one, but yeah, I sort of invested into the triples a few years ago, and I think that's definitely one of the big steps to make you go faster. But yeah, it will be interesting to see where the Rift goes. There's always some pros and cons with those sort of things, but yeah, definitely a cool thing to add to sim racing. Have you had the pleasure of using one yet, Sam?
No, I haven't had the pleasure of using any sort of VR headset. It's something I'd like to do at some point, but I think I'll wait until the resolution and the technology gets a bit better, rather than trade in the triples right now and go VR. It's something I think needs to be, VR is good for immersion, but there needs to be other things as well that you need to have your seat. You need to be on sort of a motion thing, so not only are your eyes immersed basically in the world, but your whole body is as well, so it's not throwing you off. Basically, if you want to make VR good, just go and buy a real race car.
Yeah, for sure. I know that sort of one of the cons are, you can't sort of see your buttons on the wheel, and if you've got a button box, it's kind of you're limited to what you can sort of do with that.
Just back to what's occurring on track, Fonny, having a quick update on our top two. It's where the battle is at the moment. Really, it's not a physical wheel-to-wheel battle, but it's a battle of the stopwatches. Friction Racing have a 17.9 second lead over Mitchell de Jong in the Coanda number 6 car, and that was 23 seconds when I came on air. So in it's probably been about 15 or so laps, they've pulled that gap in about 5 seconds. Mitchell de Jong is averaging around a 3 minute 34. Let's see what the fastest lap is for that car. 3 minute 33.6. He's about a second off the fastest lap for that car, which is set by Marty Piatella. And who Friction, their last lap was a 3:34.7. They've had a driver change as well. Marcus Hamilton, who we were on board with earlier, is jumped out, and Tom Ward's jumped in, and he's actually just had a bit of a sketchy moment with the number 34 GT1, that is Sim RC Iris. Very sketchy moment into the Mulsanne hairpin.
Yeah, certainly getting held up. That's not going to help things for him, but they just got to be patient and get past his cars and do his laps, and he should be able to take it away.
That's the big thing here, is the HPD has enough aerodynamic grip to throw it in essentially every corner around this track. It's just a matter of, do you like your life? Or do you like your race car with all 4 wheels on it? As to whether or not you do throw it in there. He was very tempted to throw it down there in the kink and sort of do the switchback, but he thought better of it. Of course, you got a straight coming up basically right after that hairpin, so just give it a wait, lose a couple of tenths here or there, but at the end of the day you finish the race, and they've got 18 seconds to play with, and of course it's only 11, we ticked over in 11 hours to go. We've got 10 hours 48 minutes left.
Yes, so it's been a great race so far. You're obviously in the 12 to 18 hour slot. We've had race spot do the first 6 hours, GSRC do the next 6, and taken over for the next 6. We will be ending our side of the stream a little bit early, as I've got the next commitments of our main series at the V8's online broadcast, which is the V8 Scops, and this round we're at round 13, the Virginia 500, which should be a lot of fun. Whereabouts are you starting off with in the main race, Sam?
Oh mate, I got front row booking between the TTR UKS car with Madison Down and Jared Philstell's car next to me, so it's going to be an interesting start. Last night, of course, if you haven't seen that, if you want to check it out, we are mainly a V8 Supercars channel, as evidenced by the name, but if you want to see some of the racing we do, you can check it out. It should be in the last video we uploaded, is actually last night's qualifying event. Tonight, of course, kicking off at 6 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or GMT plus 11, if you speak that language. It's about 6 PM. We kick off our 500 kilometres of Virginia International Raceway, ending our enduro season before we go back to single driver stuff. Of course, it is very much an endurance flavour. We've got this MVIR all in one day, and if you get game enough to have raced this part of this race and also VIR, you're very much enjoying your endurance racing. Me personally, I love endurance racing. I go much better in it than single driver stuff, I find, mainly because all the good guys go into one car and it's a bit more of a chance for me to win. But
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's certainly been a busy couple of days for myself with broadcasting yesterday. I think over sort of yesterday and today, it'll total 16 hours of broadcast. So big effort, but our V8 Scop series is certainly one which is worth checking out. We have some great racing, and the Virginia 500 will certainly put on a show for all you viewers.
yeah, I mean, the co-driver racing is anything to go by. Well, sorry, the qualifying racing is anything to go by last night, and if it happens again today, it's going to be quite hectic. I don't think any car at any point didn't go off the road. But back to what's going on here, we've just seen in the last sort of lap or so we've been speaking, Coander's put in 2 seconds essentially on the leader. That was when Tom Ward got held up behind that GT1. He lost a fair chunk of time. So this gap's going to be interesting. Iberica are now actually back on the lead lap legitimately as well. They're about 10 laps out of sequence with the rest, with the 4 cars ahead. So they're 3 minutes off the lead. So they're going to have to play their strategy cards right to not get trapped a lap down. Of course, there's no safety cars to trap them, but they could have a spin and, you know, bend a bit of the front clip, have to pit, and then they're trapped there. So they need to have a bit of wiggle room to play with. So the nature of what Fonty does with his directing, he's based in London, but he actually sort of remote desktops back to his PC in his home country of New Zealand. He's having a few issues with that connection, which is causing the cameras to just kind of go to scenic for a bit. So if that does occur, there's just been an issue with sort of the remote desktop part of our operation here at the moment, and he'll get it fixed pretty quick. I believe he should be backing up and running pretty soon.
Yeah, be a couple of
so
minutes
back now.
to apologise, guys. Still ironing out the creases with.
Just looking at P4 Core Sim Racing. He's just lapped the Virtual Drivers 24-hour number 1, which is number 16 car. It's absolutely wrecked itself. It's collected the fence exiting Indianapolis at a rapid rate of knots, and it's basically just torn the whole front end out of the car.
Okay, I'm gonna go back 60 seconds for that replay. I actually have no visuals at this stage, but you guys do, so enjoy the buff up.
But so if you can't see it, I'll give you a sort of a radio commentary of it. He's just exited the Indianapolis. He's put his outside wheels in the dirt, like most guys are. He's just gassed it up. He's gone sliding left, and then he's just corrected it. It's gripped up, and he's collected the fence at about 100 k an hour on the right there, and torn the front clip off. And he's probably got a significant amount of suspension damage as well. So I'd say he's going to be in the pits for a while now. Gap between Coanda and Friction's just spread out again. It's up to 19 seconds. Fairly large discrepancy. I think De Jong had a bit of traffic. He did a 37.8 on his last lap compared to Tom Ward doing a 34.9. Tom Ward's back on his pace now. He's found his rhythm.
So we managed to catch the tail end of that accident back there. Just moved forward to focus on P9, the number 11 car of CTC Racing Black.
You got Mick Claridge at the wheel. They're 3 laps off the lead at the moment. They got 2 laps over their sister car, the CTC Racing Red car, the number 4 in 10th. That's always a nice gap to have, a couple of laps over the nearest rival.
Yeah, Mick Claridge, being a sim racer for a few years now. Never had the pleasure of racing him myself, but always seen his name around there. Also must give a bit of a plug for Sammy Sutton on his YouTube channel. Go and subscribe. It's Radar 21, that's correct?
Yeah,
Sam?
it's a non-existent channel anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't do any YouTube anymore. I just drive and commentate with you guys.
Oh,
That fills my social media needs.
okay, fair enough, mate. Well, make sure you subscribe to our V8's online channel and our V8 Scops channel, also V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. If you look that up on Facebook, that'll be great.
Oh, I'm just watching. I'm still on Mick Claridge in the number 11 HPD. He's just passed the GT1 car into the Arnage, into Arnage basically, and the number 723 GT1 car is on the outside. He's gone and gone on the AstroTurf, but it's a bit of a bumpy section of AstroTurf, and he started to fly. He's got all 4 wheels off the ground and just jumped the AstroTurf.
Yes, that will certainly put some damage on that car. The front running cars are very prone to damage very easily just from touching a curb in the wrong place. If you hit it hard enough, yeah, you can certainly put some damage on that front wing.
So Berwick has gone back down a lap. I believe they have just made their pit stop. So the leaders pit on lap. We'll find out. I'll find out. Just give me a second. So Tom Ward pit on lap. Well, 212 was the lap he came out of the pit lane for his first lap. Iberica have pit on lap 214. So they're going 2 laps deeper into the race than their rivals, which is why they're sort of that lap down. At the end of the day, being able to go 2 laps deeper, which is 7 minutes longer into the race on a tank of fuel, could come in handy. But of course, when you get to that sort of 2 hours mark, it's when you start thinking about what lap do I need to get to fill it up and get home. In the first half of in the first 23 hours of the race, it's just go as long as you can. Get as much time out of the car as you can on the tank. Because the longer you go, the better off you'll be in that last... Oh, just watching... Actually, I'm live with Ade Cover Lopez in the number 69 Iberica Racing Team HPD. He's had a big loose exiting the Porsche curves, but he didn't hit anything, which is the big thing. He's kept it off the wall, gathered it up, and off he goes again. Gap out the front is actually extending again. It's back out to 20 seconds. Vortex, however, still a minute back from the lead. Hasn't been much change there. Core Sim Racing still 2 minutes back. Our other classes are pretty static as well. Onyx GT1 still leading from Sim RC, Iris car, and then Team Camaro 54 in GT1. And GT2, not Chew, GT2, still led by the Onyx Ford there, followed by Phoenix Motorsports Black, And then Shinya Michimi Sim Racing is third in class. For such an exotic name, such as Shinya Michimi Sim Racing, there's not exotic nationalities driving for the team. Actually, yeah, the driver in there is Shinya Michimi, so they've actually named the team after one of their drivers there.
Currently focused on him. So Sammy, I must ask, can you give us an insight into your plan with yourself and your co-driver for tonight's Fiat Scops Round 13 Enduro Cup finale? Who's starting in the car, or you're not giving away any secrets at this stage?
I won't give away who's starting, but it's a 500k race, and it's pretty much a stock standard strategy you run with the drivers in that race, and we might go with that, we might not go with that, but there's a few options available in terms of when you pit, because of course you've got a 1/3, 2/3 rule for co-driver laps, so the co-driver must do at least 1/3 of the race distance in lap numbers, so there's a few ways to get them to that minimum lap that they have to do, because the full load of tank that we have available doesn't actually give us enough laps, and it's a bit awkward. We might get some awkwardly timed safety cars that throw out some interesting pit strategies. So you might see some guys do a stop, halfway through that first tank. You might see some guys just run that out and hope for a safety car at some point. But it's going to be all about track position at VIR, because you can't really pass there, as opposed to where we are now here at Le Mans. There's pass at every corner basically. VIR, there's pretty much 2 passing spots. If you can't get it done, you just have to wait. So I believe we've just had another issue with the streaming system we use.
Yes, I do apologise, guys. For some reason, my laptop here in London is Iracing has kept crashing on it, so I'm just getting that back into life, and we'll have overlays back on screen. So we should all be back up on and running smoothly again. Just like to make a big shout out to Sammy Sutton for jumping on last minute and helping me out for a bit in this event.
I'm actually just having a quick flick through the field to see if we've got any battles, but it looks like it's just cars being lapped or cars coming out of the pit lane sort of thing. So there's no one really close together. Actually, the closest two cars, the 23 and the 25, which are 30th and 31st overall in four GTs. It's Team Bushfink Racing Blue and Team Hoskenfeld Engineering. They're about a corner apart, coming through, just exiting the Dunlop chicane, running towards Tetra Ridge. That's for 8th and 9th in that class, with Bessie ahead of them in 7th, halfway down Mulsanne. Ahead of them is Petronas Racing, just exiting, looks like Arnage, yes it is.
Oh, well, Sammy, we're going to take a quick break for 5 to 10 minutes. We will run through the fact file of our V8 Scops round 13 for the Oak Tree 500 and also the Le Mans fact file that Iracing made. And we'll be back in 10 minutes from now.
A few years ago, members of the Iracing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sells second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off at N4. For what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8 Scops, the first year-long championship in Iracing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
This is Circuit de la Sarthe, known around the racing world simply as Le Mans. Since 1923, this track in western France has been home to the world's original 24-hour endurance race. Coupled with the likes of the legendary Indianapolis 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is widely regarded as the world's most prestigious endurance race, and it forms a part of motorsport's Treble Crown. The first race was held on the outskirts of Le Mans back in 1906 and was called the French Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix of its kind. It was run on public roads, with one lap of the circuit stretching just over 103 kilometers. Then, In 1922, the secretary of the ACO, Georges Durand, was given 100,000 francs to facilitate and devise a new race for the region. Durand took this as an opportunity to stage something completely unheard of, a 24-hour endurance race that would push the modern race car to its limits, where manufacturers would prove their worth to the world. Durand's original Circuit de la Sarthe stretched 17.2 kilometers and was entirely comprised of public roads. It ventured into the city of Le Mans and stretched to a tight hairpin before venturing on to the 8-kilometer-long Mulsanne Straight. In 1929, the hairpin was bypassed due to safety concerns with expanding town suburbs, and safety was always a thing that changed and progressed the racetrack over the years. In 1932, the track as we know began to take shape. That was prompted by the construction of a new 1.5 kilometer bypass running from the start-finish area to the new entrance of the Mulsanne Straight, the now infamous Tête Rouge corner. This section featured the fast first curve that remains today, and what would later become the location of the famous Dunlop Bridge. Now, back in 1923, it was a field of 33 drivers that competed in the inaugural event, and their average speed, 57 miles an hour. By 1956, the field had increased to 49 cars, and they were running at nearly twice the average speed, at 104 miles an hour. As the cars became quicker and the competition rose, the track continued to evolve. For example, in 1972, the final section of the track was completely reconfigured to bypass the dangerous Maison Blanche kink. This included the addition of the Porsche curves and the revised Ford chicanes to slow the cars on the run from Annage corner to the start-finish line. These features remain today. One of the then traditional aspects of the race was the Le Mans start. Drivers would stand across to the track where the cars were parked, and then at the drop of the French tricolor, they ran to their car, climbed in, fired the engine, engaged first gear, and pulled away in a cloud of exhaust and burned rubber. Not surprisingly, this was discontinued for safety reasons, as drivers would either rush to buckle their seatbelts, they didn't even bother buckling them at all. Dan Gurney, who together with AJ Foyt won the 1967 race, famously recounted using his knees to steer his Ford GT Mark II on their opening lap at speeds well above 200 miles an hour whilst he fastened his seatbelt. Since 1971, Le Mans has reverted to the more traditional rolling start used throughout endurance racing today. Le Mans will ever be known as the proving ground for car manufacturers and a lifelong dream for drivers. It continues to rank as the pinnacle of endurance racing that inspires similar races to take shape around the world. Things like the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, or the 24 Hours of Spa, or the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But there will only ever be one Le Mans. Experience Le Mans on Iracing.
The V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series heads half a mile north of the border between Virginia and North Carolina for this round, to a beautiful racetrack with massive challenges. Virginia International Raceway is one of the most highly regarded racetracks in the United States, and thanks to its twistiness and elevation changes, has gained the nickname of America's Nürburgring. Following the terrain perfectly and featuring many difficult corners, VIR is a challenge in any car, let alone a V8 supercar. The story of VIR's construction is one that speaks for human ingenuity. A group of men, most of whom were sports car owners themselves, began looking for land to build a racetrack on in 1955. The Virginia, North Carolina area was, and still is, the heart of stock car racing country, and at the time, Road America and Watkins Glen were the only permanent road courses in the US. The group wanted to build a track for sports cars in reaction to the multitude of banked ovals being constructed around the nation. One of the club members, George Arnold, knew of an expanse of unused farmland owned by his father-in-law, Jay Foote, and his twin brother. The group convinced the Foote brothers to lease the land to them, and the plans for what would become VIR were started. The track's route was set when the group simply drove their cars over the land and marked where it should go, followed by a mowing machine hooked onto a tractor. The first turn was set by the turning radius of Dick Snyder's Mercedes 300 SL, and the famous Oak Tree turn had its route set by the turning radius of a road grading machine. The track eventually opened in 1957 and fast gained a good reputation among America's sports car racing community. Though the original group's lease expired in 1959, the track continued operating until 1974, when it eventually closed due to lack of spectator revenue. A major reason for this was that there were simply not enough people to run events, and the Sports Car Club of America was not willing to support professional events. The track became a cow pasture for the next 25 years as it lay abandoned. Remarkably, the track's surface remained in good condition as it became overrun. Fortunately, the track was reopened in 2000 by Harvey Siegel under a country club business model. This essentially means that the track gains most of its revenue from memberships, a much more reliable model than relying solely on spectators. The circuit was widened and repaved, and the facilities were upgraded, and 15 years on, even through the loss of the iconic tree that gave Oak Tree Corner its name, VIR has regained its spot as one of the US's top road courses. Virginia International Raceway hosts many high-profile series in real life, in addition to events for its members and historic racing. Aside from its marquee event, the Oak Tree Grand Prix for the United Sports Car Championship, VIR has hosted the AMA Superbike Championship and multiple events for the Sports Car Club of America. NASCAR teams also tested the circuit to prepare for road course rounds. VIR, as it appears in iRacing, has been a consistent destination for V8 supercars from the earliest days. It's been the scene of many thrills and spills over the years, and is a favourite among many of the drivers in V8 scops. A fine example of American road courses, and a fine example of Australian racing cars, is sure to make for a good show, as it has in the past. So join us once again as we go racing in the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series, this time at Virginia International Raceway for the Virginia 500, the final round of the Endurance Cup.
iRacing is the most accurate online racing game and simulation available to the general public. The iRacing service allows you, the race fan, the real-world racer, the race enthusiast, the gamer, to race virtual replicas of real-world cars and at real-world, world-class racetracks. iRacing laser scans all of its content to millimeter accuracy, which gives you a digital replication of that car or track. Whether you want to race for online championships, race your buddies in a league, or test for an upcoming real-world race, iRacing has what those sim racers, gamers, race fans, and real-world racers are looking for. Unparalleled accuracy with loads of fun wheel-to-wheel excitement. Because of the solid community that iRacing has built, along with that attention to detail, iRacing has been able to form official partnerships with renowned motorsport organizations such as NASCAR, SRO, IMSA, V8 Supercars, and others to develop professionally sanctioned online racing series for our members to participate in. This is unique to iRacing.
When we started iRacing, we kind of fundamentally wanted to take a different approach with licensing and treat them more like partnerships. You know, for instance, NASCAR was one of our first big partners that we brought in, and it's a great way to market your product. There is a growing sense that the virtual space is a great way to interact with the fans of your real-life series. Simulation in itself is just becoming more and more popular in the real racing world, and it's natural to think that to be successful in the real world in these racing series, you're going to have to be up to speed with simulation at this point, because it's the only way that you can actually get any testing done.
One of the things that we've realized in partnering with iRacing is that it allows us to expose the sport to a much broader audience than we've ever had the ability to reach out to. Not many people have the opportunity to drive a race car. iRacing breaks down those barriers and lets you do that. So for us, we're able to expose racing in general and the sport of NASCAR to a much broader audience from that standpoint. It engages people in NASCAR in general. So they like iRacing. If they don't want to become a professional race car driver, they get a feel for what the sport's all about. They're more apt to either go to a race or watch on TV.
iRacing's ever-growing global online community is very appealing to IMSA and what we're trying to do and grow our product as well. Clearly, iRacing is a leader in sim racing and logical and attractive partner for us to be with. For sim racers who have not been exposed to IMSA before, this is a great way to entice them to come check our product out on television or attend our events in person.
At this point now, we're actually getting contacted by racing series and tracks and manufacturers because they want to be involved in iRacing, because they see the value of having that sustained exposure to key demographics for them. Over the last few months, we've done partnerships with the SRO, who is the sanctioning body for the Blancpain GT series in Europe. IMSA, which is obviously the sports car series here in the US. They're two of the newest partners that have gotten on board with this idea that there is a way to kind of bring their brands into iRacing and create these virtual series that have real meaning to consumers of our product and fans of their series.
Next to the traditional ways of promoting the championship through TV, through media, through all forms of internet, we appreciate the growing importance of gaming. iRacing offered a very realistic platform where high-level players can get the nearest to the specificity of our type of racing.
Companies like NASCAR or Blancpain Series or IMSA don't just partner up with everybody. They see how authentic we are, how realistic the racing is, how much effort we put into making things real and fun and exciting for our members, and that's how we get to work with these companies. It helps us both engage our existing customers. It's more exciting to race when you're racing an actual NASCAR series versus just a stock car. And it also helps us reach new people, because new people, they follow these series in the real world and they want to get as close to them as they possibly can.
One of the things we love about iRacing and what they've created there is that it really emulates what we do in real life in NASCAR. You have to work your way up, you have to train, you have to become better at every single level in order to make it to the very top. iRacing was the perfect partner with the technology that they had to offer, really the best of anything that was out there, and they created the most authentic racing experience that anybody could find. Short of getting in an actual race car, you're not going to find anything closer to real life than what you'll find in iRacing.
I'm Dan Garrison, software engineer at Iracing. Since the beginning of Papyrus and through Iracing, the track has been unchanging through a session. Whatever you have at the beginning is what you have for the duration of the session and the end. The track doesn't change. What we want to do is be able to have the track respond to what's going on, to have cars interact with the track, to have the track change in temperature, in the amount of rubber. We want marbles, and we want those to be generated by the cars, putting them where they should be and picking them up and rethrowing them off the race line. It's a physical-based model that we focus on first and foremost. The tire and the track interaction, what's really going on there. It would be easy to just quickly throw something together. Our standards are, it needs to make sense. What's really going on, even at the molecular level between the track and the tire. The way the track works, essentially, is we divide it up into small cells that your car interacts with. So if you're adding temperature to a certain part of the track, we can pretty accurately know exactly where that is. That gets transmitted to the server. So if I'm in a race, my data is going to the server with everybody else in the session. The server accumulates that and basically broadcasts a consistent track state to everyone, so everyone's got the same track that they're racing on. One of the big challenges was being able to implement this dynamic track with any number of clients connected and have it just work as you would expect. Have it be the same for everyone in the service who's in a session. So to kind of give a little bit of a preview of the state of things right now, I basically have run a number of laps at 5 Flags with the effects exaggerated for demonstration purposes so that we can kind of immediately see what's going on with the track. Right here is basically the track at the beginning of the session. There is a little bit of rubber on there that's put programmatically. That's the starting state of this track, and it's fairly low rubber at this point. If we skip ahead to the end, I did about 30 laps, so at the very end you can kind of see all this darkened in right here. This is where I was running the car, so well, there you go. And again, this is exaggerated. A single car in 30 laps is not going to darken the track anywhere near this level. We also have the ability to see the temperature, similar to an IR camera. At the beginning of the session, it's a little bit warm down here. It's very cool up here. As we skip ahead, all of a sudden this part of the track has become very warm. This is where I was running the car. And we can also drag the little thumbnail and see the effect of time as the track cools off and returns back to its equilibrium state. Before we had fairly symmetrical tracks. Now, because the sun is shining at some angle, one side of the track might be particularly hot, and 180 degrees around the track is going to be significantly cooler because the sun isn't really pointing at that. So you're on a track where maybe you basically treated it as 2 equal halves. Now you need to adjust to that. With multiple cars over a long race, you're going to have to seek out where's the grip, where is it going, how is the track changing. It's going to require a much more intelligent approach to racing. You're going to have to be able to handle the track through the life of the race. So in addition to temperature and rubber, we're also spending a lot of time working with marbles, putting them on the track where they should be. Later in a race, you can expect there to be marbles offline, and so a pass might be a little more sketchy later in the race because you're going to have to go through part of the track that has accumulated some rubber. On the oval side, if you want to venture out into, say, the outside line and nobody's been there yet, you can expect to find marbles there. I expect that The track becoming dynamic means that during a race, temperature is going to go up significantly and the grip is going to respond negatively. You will want to be anticipating that, seeking out cooler parts of the track, taking a slightly higher line for a while, testing out, is it faster up here? I fully expect it's going to break up the field. Cars are going to be trying new things. You won't be able to just take a qualifying setup and make a tiny change and then be able to run the same laps over and over. It's going to just become a much more dynamic and unpredictable experience. As significant as this first implementation is in creating a dynamic environment, it's really kind of just sets the foundation for even bigger and better things. We'll be able to handle day-night transitions and a moving sun and clouds coming in and have the track respond to that. We can look down the road and say, well, we'll want to do rain and have water on the track and have it move and have it dry according to where the tires are and how much temperature is there and how much is the sun shining. All these things that happen in a real race, we want to model them, and we are well on our way in being able to do something like that.
Well, good evening everybody and welcome back to the official Iracing Le Mans 24 hour. We've got 10 hours left of the race and it's certainly been a great race so far. Quite a few cars still left in the field. The Friction Racing car still leading in Class 1. VRS in P2, Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in P3, Core Sim Racing P4. Then we go back to our second class of the event in the Aston Martin. We have in P15 the NX Racing GT1 SimRC.ee Sorry guys, I do apologise for no commentary there. I didn't realise my headset actually turned off, so I've been talking to myself for the last 10-15 minutes. So running you through the field at this stage, we've got leading Class 1, the Friction Racing HPD of Tom Ward. He's 20 seconds in front of the VRS Sim Sports car, and then Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in third. They're 52 seconds behind second place. Going back to the Class 2 of the Aston Martins, we have the NX Racing GT1 car leading that class, showing here a minute 59 in front of the P2 in that class. Not sure if that's correct, just wait for the overlay to update. Then third place is 54 seconds back from them. Class 3 NX Racing GT2 leading that class with PJ Sturgis behind the wheel on that. Shania Sim Racing in second and Phoenix Motorsports in third. Focus currently on PJ Sturgis, keeping it clean and consistent. It's the aim of the game in these 24-hour races. We have 9 hours and 30 left of the race. We will be doing the next 2 and a bit hours of this, then we will be ending. There will be no stream for about an hour, as I have another commitment of the V8 Scops series broadcast to go straight into after this. But RaceSpot will be taking you through the last 6 hours of the event. Hoping to have another commentator come and join me, Reese Gardner, our resident V8 Online commentator and lead comms for V8 Scops. He's hoping to come and join me for an hour or something. And just as I was saying, Reese was possibly going to join us. He's just turned up, which is certainly great. Been doing it solo for the last little bit, so it'd be great to have someone to have a chat to.
Yeah, certainly. Hey Fonty, how's it going?
Oh, not too bad, mate. Yep, just had my Bluetooth headset turned off, so I was talking to myself for about 20 minutes. So.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but no, it's going alright. It's sort of not really too much happening out there. It's been a sort of good race for a few of the guys. The guys leading the race in the HPD are certainly keeping it pretty clean, and they're sort of how far are they in front? 17 seconds in front, so anything can happen with those front two. Then the next car is 52 seconds behind second place, so yeah, it hasn't been too bad so far. We had Kane Craft come and join us for a start, but he unfortunately had to leave. He was a bit crook, so Sammy Sutton jumped in for a bit, and I've been sort of looking after this myself for the last sort of hour, but thanks for coming and joining us for a brief moment before we go into V8 Scops tonight.
Yeah, no worries. Definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, Le Mans. It's incredible to think that a Le Mans 24-hour race is actually happening on iRacing. I think if you were to ask people about something like this happening this time, I don't know, 2 years ago, you would have been laughed out of the building. But yeah, it's incredible to see. Like, not only do we have a laser scanned Le Mans, but we're racing around here in a teams event for 24 hours. It's fantastic.
Yeah, you're certainly right, mate. As we've been talking about for a long time, iRacing certainly have their head screwed on and sort of releasing some amazing content. Yeah, all the animations and whatnot that they're coming up with, and the hand animations, that's certainly something that's pretty cool. And obviously the dirt that's coming to iRacing very soon. No release date on that, but hopefully at the end of the season we'll have something to go by there, and I'll certainly plan to be broadcasting some of those events.
Yeah, certainly. I'm looking forward to giving dirt oval racing a bit of a go. Not really a kind of racing I'm that familiar with, but it'll certainly be interesting to see how iRacing go about it with the whole dynamic track shebang.
Yeah, it's certainly the information that they have to put in and all the coding and whatnot to make it happen is far above sort of my capabilities and my understanding. But big effort to sort of, they've got the dynamic tracks on asphalt, but yeah, to be able to relay that into dirt, that will certainly be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, certainly. One thing that one thing that I wanted to sort of bring up, just coming in here, I'm not sure if this has been discussed before, but just the quality of the field we've got in this event so far. Like, I'm actually competing in this race myself at the moment with my team, Fusion Sim Racing, and we've got some relatively good iRating drivers, like in the 4000s, something like that, competing, but the amount of super high iRating drivers that we've seen register for this race means that basically the cutoff was, I think, 6,300 or something like that for iRating to get into top split, which is absolutely insane. So we've got some incredible quality drivers here from all walks of the top and professional sim racing championships here today.
Yes, you're right, we haven't touched on that, but that's amazing. That's certainly the highest strength of field I've seen. We've got the guys sitting in P2 in the VRS Sim Sport car. He's got an iRating of 8,106. Which
my goodness,
that's amazing. That's truly amazing. I think mine's sitting at about 4,200, which to double that is certainly an achievement in itself.
Yeah, certainly.
So how are you guys going in Split 2?
It's hasn't really been the best race for us so far. We managed to put ourselves 13th on the grid with the qualifying time that we got. Unfortunately, once I, on lap 1, basically got drilled in the side by a couple of HPDs on the opening lap, and then when I handed the car over to my good mate Kurt Stenberg, he suffered some hardware issues, unfortunately, which resulted in quite a bit of damage for us, and I think last time I checked we were 8 laps down on the leaders, but we're working our way back up.
In which class are you guys running in the HPD?
Yeah, we're running in the HPD. We've also got an Aston Martin running in GT1, who itself is running just outside the top 10.
Yeah, so we had Sammy Sutton before, and he did a quick calculation on how many drivers there were across all these splits, and it's over 1,000 drivers, which is a phenomenal number, really.
Yeah, definitely. This has to be one of the biggest events that iRacing's ever done. I mean, Le Mans is just this legendary event that carries with it this this legend. It's basically it's to the world of endurance racing what the Bathurst 1000 is to us guys living in Oceania and stuff like that. So everyone wants to compete, everyone wants to have a go at winning, and to see the amount of turnout that we've had is just incredible. So I'm looking at looking at the NX Racing GT1 machine, the lead GT1 car, William Levesque, at the wheel of that Aston Martin. Of course, Mr. Levesque I've known for quite a while, from way back in the R Factor days. And it's really cool to see him now with a black stripe on account of his participation in the Blancpain Endurance Series, and now leading his class in an iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans. Well, I guess it just ties back into what I said before, like a couple of years ago. This specific scenario probably would never have been imagined, and yet here we are.
Yeah, certainly right racing that. It's just, I absolutely love iRacing. Been on it since 2012. Absolutely lived on it for the first year, and then sort of life took over, and then got back sort of right into it in 2015. Invested a fair bit of money and some good gear, and love the sport, mate. It's only getting better and better every few months. Every time we finish a season, iRacing have an update for us, and it's great to see where it's gone.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Well, we do have a little bit of a battle on for the lead, about half a lap's worth of distance between them, but nonetheless, they've managed to remain on the same lap for a little bit shy of 17 or 18 hours. Friction Racing, they're doing everything that they need to do at the moment, just keeping it out the front. Tom Ward now in that car, and he's followed by it looks like the Gecko Vortex sim racing cars just come into the pits. Bolas Remenjek in that machine, the 108 car. They're coming in for a stop. We'll see if it's a driver change. At this rate, it looks as though Bolas is remaining in that car. So they pitted from second place, but VRS Coanda Simsport, Mitchell de Jong in the 88 machine has resumed second place on the road as a result of that. Meanwhile, the first car a lap down, the Core Sim Racing HPD, Mazim Poli in that HPD, currently enjoying a lap's worth lead over the next car, John Oncala in the Iberica Racing Team HPD. So that's your top 5 in HPD at the moment. Looking down through the field, I'm noticing there's been quite a bit of attrition. Some major losers, unfortunately, in GT1, but looks like we may just have 3 cars in GT1 on the same lap, the top 3. Of course, as mentioned before, we've got William Levesque in the NX Racing car, then SimRC.de Iris, Evan Merrill at the wheel. Seems that the Aston Martin is the car of choice here, and Team Chimera in third place. Oh, Simon Trendle's at the wheel of that car. Another guy that I've known from way back. I remember him back in 2008, 2009 on Race Department. Good to see his name out there again.
Yeah, the Aston Martin, really great car to drive. only done sort of a few laps on it myself, but yeah, really enjoyed it when I did have a skid.
Yeah, I tended to lean more towards the Corvette myself in terms of driving style, but it seems like the Aston Martin is the weapon of choice for many of these guys. Fourth place, meanwhile, in GT1, Gregory Tansen with MSP drivers home, number 27. And fifth in GT1, currently in the Porsche curves and trying to make his way past the GT2 is Sergi Maturana for Champs Iracing. Coming up to a car through the Porsche curves in an HPD, it's not too bad as long as you can just pace yourself and make sure you make the right move at the right time around the long right hand at the end of the section. You can just jet around GTs on the outside, but having never really driven a GT car around Le Mans yet, I can't really comment on how difficult it must be for a GT1 to overtake a GT2 around this place, because while there is still a speed difference, it's not anywhere near as much as the difference between GT1 and GT2 and HPD as well. Looks like NX is enjoying some nice advantages in GT2 as well. PJ Sturgios currently in the NX Racing GT2 machine, leading 23 laps down on the overall race leaders, but still enjoying a one-lap lead over Shinya Michimi Sim Racing with Philip Matrevsky at the wheel. Third place in GT2 at the moment is Alvin Nieves, one of the guys that you regularly see on in the sim racing broadcast scene for Phoenix Motorsports Black. And then in fourth place, Gathering of Tweakers, Bass Slob at the wheel, and then Zen Racing rounding out the top 5 in GT2. So that's the basic running order so far in these three classes here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
One thing I am surprised about, Reese, is how many cars are still going. Considering all the other sort of 24-hour events that we've certainly been a part of broadcasting, there's been sort of a lot more casualties. But I guess the nature of this track is, sort of don't have many. You got a lot of runoff and a lot of places to pass. So good to see everyone still out there.
Yeah, I am actually surprised at the amount of cars that are still circulating around the circuit. It's really good to see, showing that these guys in the top split definitely know their stuff when it comes to endurance racing, and it's all about keeping your car on the track and buying a ticket to the last half hour, as we just saw on the broadcast. Alexei Aloma jumping into the NX GT2 machine. So PJ Sturgios now out of the car.
Yes, so I was telling the viewers earlier, Reese, that we are going to be cutting our broadcast of this event slightly short, as we're going into our sort of main event at V8's Online, which is the V8 Scop Series Round 13. We're at this weekend for the final round of the Enduro Cup, which certainly for the races that we broadcasted and saw yesterday, it's going to be an exciting event, mate.
Yeah, it certainly is. If any of you watching are curious, be sure to check out the broadcast from last night. Some very interesting moments and very exciting racing to be had in our main series that we cover here at V8's Online. And we get to do it all tonight again for 500 kilometres worth of racing around Virginia International Raceway, so be sure to check that out.
So we're just coming on to 9 hours and 12 minutes to go. I'm going to take us on a quick break, show us the Le Mans history, which Iracing made, and also go into our fact file for the V8 Scops of round 13 for the Oak Tree 500. We'll be back in a few minutes.
The V8 Supercar Online Premier Series heads half a mile north of the border between Virginia and North Carolina for this round, to a beautiful racetrack with massive challenges. Virginia International Raceway is one of the most highly regarded racetracks in the United States, and thanks to its twistiness and elevation changes, has gained the nickname of America's Nürburgring. Following the terrain perfectly and featuring many difficult corners, VIR is a challenge in any car, let alone a V8 supercar. The story of VIR's construction is one that speaks for human ingenuity. A group of men, most of whom were sports car owners themselves, began looking for land to build a racetrack on in 1955. The Virginia-North Carolina area was, and still is, the heart of stock car racing country, and at the time, Road America and Watkins Glen were the only permanent road courses in the US. The group wanted to build a track for sports cars in reaction to the multitude of banked ovals being constructed around the nation. One of the club members, George Arnold, knew of an expanse of unused farmland owned by his father-in-law, Jay Foote, and his twin brother. The group convinced the Foote brothers to lease the land to them, and the plans for what would become VIR were started. The track's route was set when the group simply drove their cars over the land and marked where it should go, followed by a mowing machine hooked onto a tractor. The first turn was set by the turning radius of Dick Snyder's Mercedes 300 SL, and the famous Oak Tree turn had its route set by the turning radius of a road grading machine. The track eventually opened in 1957 and fast gained a good reputation among America's sports car racing community. Though the original group's lease expired in 1959, the track continued operating until 1974, when it eventually closed due to lack of spectator revenue. A major reason for this was that there were simply not enough people to run events, and the Sports Car Club of America was not willing to support professional events. The track became a cow pasture for the next 25 years as it lay abandoned. Remarkably, the track surface remained in good condition as it became overrun. Fortunately, the track was reopened in 2000 by Harvey Siegel under a country club business model. This essentially means that the track gains most of its revenue from memberships, a much more reliable model than relying solely on spectators. The circuit was widened and repaved, and the facilities were upgraded, and 15 years on, even through the loss of the iconic tree that gave Oak Tree Corner its name, VIR has regained its spot as one of the US's top road courses. Virginia International Raceway hosts many high-profile series in real life, in addition to events for its members and historic racing. Aside from its marquee event, the Oak Tree Grand Prix for the United Sports Car Championship, VIR has hosted the AMA Superbike Championship and multiple events for the Sports Car Club of America. NASCAR teams also tested the circuit to prepare for road course rounds. VIR, as it appears in iRacing, has been a consistent destination for V8 supercars from the earliest days. It's been the scene of many thrills and spills over the years, and is a favourite among many of the drivers in V8 Scops. A fine example of American road courses, and a fine example of Australian racing cars, is sure to make for a good show, as it has in the past. So join us once again as we go racing in the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. This time at Virginia International Raceway for the Virginia 500, the final round of the Endurance Cup.
This is Circuit de la Sarthe, known around the racing world simply as Le Mans. Since 1923, this track in western France has been home to the world's original 24-hour endurance race. Coupled with the likes of the legendary Indianapolis 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is widely regarded as the world's most prestigious endurance race, and it forms a part of motorsport's Treble Crown. The first race was held on the outskirts of Le Mans back in 1906 and was called the French Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix of its kind. It was run on public roads, with one lap of the circuit stretching just over 103 kilometers. Then, in 1922, the secretary of the AECO, Georges Durand, was given 100,000 francs to facilitate and devise a new race for the region. Durand took this as an opportunity to stage something completely unheard of, a 24-hour endurance race that would push the modern race car to its limits, where manufacturers would prove their worth to the world. Durand's original Circuit de la Sarthe stretched 17.2 kilometers and was entirely comprised of public roads. It ventured into the city of Le Mans and stretched to a tight hairpin, before venturing on to the 8-kilometer-long Mulsanne Straight. In 1929, the hairpin was bypassed due to safety concerns with expanding town suburbs, and safety was always a thing that changed and progressed the racetrack over the years. In 1932, the track as we know began to take shape. That was prompted by the construction of a new 1.5-kilometer bypass running from the start-finish area to the new entrance of the Mulsanne Straight, the now infamous Tête Rouge corner. This section featured the fast first curve that remains today, and what would later become the location of the famous Dunlop Bridge. Now, back in 1923, it was a field of 33 drivers that competed in the inaugural event, and their average speed, 57 miles an hour. By 1956, the field had increased to 49 cars, and they were running at nearly twice the average speed, at 104 miles an hour. As the cars became quicker and the competition rose, the track continued to evolve. For example, in 1972, the final section of the track was completely reconfigured to bypass the dangerous Maison Blanche kink. This included the addition of the Porsche curves and the revised Ford chicanes to slow the cars on the run from Annage corner to the start-finish line. These features remain today. One of the then traditional aspects of the race was the Le Mans start. Drivers would stand across to the track where the cars were parked, and then at the drop of the French tricolour, they ran to their car, climbed in, fired the engine, engaged first gear, and pulled away in a cloud of exhaust and burned rubber. Not surprisingly, this was discontinued for safety reasons, as drivers would either rush to buckle their seatbelts, or they didn't even bother buckling them at all. Dan Gurney, who together with AJ Foyt won the 1967 race, famously recounted using his knees to steer his Ford GT Mark II on their opening lap at speeds well above 200 miles an hour whilst he fastened his seatbelt. Since 1971, Le Mans has reverted to the more traditional rolling start used throughout endurance racing today. Le Mans will ever be known as the proving ground for car manufacturers and a lifelong dream for drivers. It continues to rank as the pinnacle of endurance racing that inspires similar races to take shape around the world. Things like the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, or the 24 Hours of Spa, or the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But there'll only ever be one Le Mans. Experience Le Mans on Iracing.
To 18 of the iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans for 2015. It's been very calm out there on track for the last length of time, but we're still going to bring you any bit of action we can until we're ready to sign off and hand over to our good friends. So, Fonty, what's happening out on track at the moment?
On track at the moment, I've just had an overloads crash, which is a bit of a pain, but
oh dear.
You can see we've got Friction Racing leading out there, then the VRS Sim Sport in second, and the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in third.
And a very, very small gap, it has to be said, between first and second in LMP2. Only about 13 seconds or so after 15 hours of racing. We only just ticked over 15 hours and 4 minutes of elapsed time in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Gap at the line is now a little larger, 14.5 seconds between Friction Racing and Coanda Simsport. Meanwhile, about a further minute behind is Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. Bolos Remenjik still at the wheel of that machine. Looking further back in the field, down in the other classes. In GT1, William Levesque is still leading GT1 in the NX Racing car, followed by SimRC.de. Evan Merrill still in that machine, getting passed by an HPD. That's Gernot Fritzsche in the CTC Racing black car. Meanwhile, Simon Trendle still holding third very nicely in the Team Chimera number 54 Aston Martin. Alexia Lomar still doing a fine job. Out front in GT2, meanwhile, once again for NX, Shinya Michimi Sim Racing with the man himself, Shinya Michimi, in that Ford GT. And Phoenix Motorsports Black with Kimmo Suominen currently in that car. They did a driver change when we went on break. They're running in third place. It's a shame to have seen the number one Coanda Simsport car out. Martin Kronka and Mac Backham were driving that, but 175 laps ago they seem to have retired. Do you know what happened there, Fonty?
No, I'm not 100% sure what happened there, to be honest, mate. I don't believe they were in the car when we took over the broadcast.
Well, that's certainly a shame for Coanda Simsport there, but they are still running very highly with their other car, the number 88, which has appeared as car 6. Mitchell de Jong still at the wheel of that purple machine. Looking back down through the field, I'm looking at car number 93, the Team Tortuga entry. Oh, which has just been spun. So coming into Mulsanne corner, unfortunately, Stephen DeBoer, rather, turned around by Marcel Lidrac, who has spun again. So in the number 85 LMP2, that's not a really good place to be sideways across the track, but he manages to get it going again. No such thing as a safety car in this online event, so that won't change the face of the race all that much, but still. That was the 12th place prototype making contact there with the Team Tortuga car.
Just going to go back and get a replay of that.
So it looked as though Idrak was assuming that he would be let through by DeBoer.
Yeah, and that's one thing in sim racing that you sort of can't count on is the slow cars letting you through. You really need to just be patient and make sure your move's going to stick.
It actually looks kind of like Idrak may have outbraked himself slightly, or didn't quite anticipate how much DeBoer would slow up, and just made heavy contact with the rear quarter of that Aston Martin, and then made things a bit worse for himself by jumping onto the grass, trying to get going again, and spinning once again. So, shame for them. Now, Idrak is going to have to work his way back through all of that traffic.
Yes, I must apologise to the viewers for our overlay issues. Seems to be that the last sort of couple of times we've had overlay dramas, which I believe Iracing have changed how some of the data is released on the platform, which sort of doesn't help our overlay situation, but we will deem to get that fixed.
Meanwhile, looking further back down through the field once again. Down in GT2, we've got the number 88 car, Mad Cow Racing, Bessie. Currently James Stevenson at the wheel of that car. Mad Cow Racing, one of the Australian representatives in the Blancpain GT Series field. And they've been one of the teams that have really made a name for themselves in the past year. Now they're giving it a red hot go at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Unfortunately, 3 laps down on their class leader, but still plugging away, albeit with a damaged car.
Currently focused on P4, course Sim Racing HPD.
Maxime Poli still at the wheel of that car, coming down through the S's, which used to be a straight going right down to the S's, to these S's right here. One of my favourite pieces of racetrack in the entire world. I really love driving a car through there, and here through Tete Rouge. Fantastic piece of road. Poli coming up there to a few GTs who themselves are trying to sort themselves out. That's Glacier Racing, Marco Pentinen in the GT2, and the GT1, Dexter Castro in the 49 Motorsports Aston Martin. It would be really interesting to see how fast these cars would go without the chicanes here on the Mulsanne, eh?
Yeah, well, they're getting certainly over 300. Yeah, it would be really interesting, mate.
I'm just hoping and praying that that we can get an LMP1 car in iRacing at some point, just so we can go like 320, 330 down the straights before having to brake for these chicanes. It'd be so cool driving one of those things around here.
Yeah, I'd certainly just love to drive the track in any road car, just to say I've done it, to be honest. Taking a look back at the NX Racing GT1 car, currently showing they are a minute 9 behind on my timing, but that could be wrong.
Is this the NX GT1 car?
Yes, correct, mate.
Yeah, William Levesque going down there into Indianapolis corner. Managing to hold their own. They're enjoying quite a fair lead over second place. It seems that the Sim RC car coming into the first of the Mulsanne straight chicanes now, while William is on his way up to the Porsche curves. So quite a nice buffer. Wouldn't complain about that in any case.
I tell you
like
what,
we
Reece. Oh, sorry, mate.
Sorry, go on.
No, you
Fonty.
go, mate. That's all right.
Nah, yours is more important than mine. I'm just.
I don't know about that. I was just gonna say. I hope that iRacing implement safety cars into these official events at some point. Don't know how they would judge those, but yeah, certainly be pretty cool and would sort of create a lot more racing and viewing for our viewers.
Yeah, certainly. I would really like to see that happen at some point. Some kind of automated system whereby maybe not as restrictive as the automated oval safety cars, but still something like that would be really cool to see. What I was going to say was in GT2, we've got maybe a tiny bit of a battle forming here between Phoenix Motorsports and Shinya Michimi Sim Racing. Kimmo Suominen, his last lap was a 3:58.9. Meanwhile, Shinya Michimi himself has not been able to do a lap so far under 4 minutes. So Suominen catching Michimi quite a bit here, and they are on the same lap, so who knows, we might see a bit of an on-track battle forming between these guys.
Yeah, certainly be good to have some excitement. We haven't seen much in a while, so it'd be good to have a battle on track.
I'm going to be monitoring Michimi's laps, seeing how fast he goes on this one. He's just coming into the last few corners of the lap now. Incredibly long circuit, this Le Mans circuit, 13 kilometers long. Michimi exits the final chicane and does a 4:08.42 lap time. Meanwhile, Suominen is on his way through the Porsche curves. And Suominen's laps have all been under the 4-minute mark so far in this stint. But he comes out of the final chicane and does a 3:58.9. So Suominen's still catching Michimi. So that'll be a battle to watch pretty soon. About a sector's worth between them.
Yeah, live get that I'm seeing 34.6 seconds, so not too far. Certainly a possibility for them to catch up.
Looking down through the field, looks like we've got an HPD among the GT1 field, or do we? The Pure Racing Team LMP car number 3 has that suffered some kind of technical glitch or something? Because I'm not getting any movement from them on the track, and they've really fallen down.
Yeah, from what I can see on the overlays, there's no data being transponded to us for that car.
That's very, very sad to see. They started in second place, it seems. So, yeah, real shame for them.
Currently focused on Iberica Racing Team in P5, 40 seconds behind P4, the Core Sim Racing HPD, so they could certainly catch up. We've got around 8 hours 40 left in this race.
And we've got an HPD car in the pits at the moment. It is the Viva la Rift car. Currently in position 7 in the HPD class. Drivers in that car so far have been George Sandman, Ryan Terpstra, Anthony Kernich and David A. Williams, and Anthony Kernich is now back in that number 19 car. Currently 3 laps down on the leader, but still in the top 10.
Also in the top 10, FTC Motorsports, Marty Carroll. Good effort from them, sitting P9.
Yeah, certainly. Very good stuff. Another car that we would have expected to be up the front, and indeed did start up the front, but has fallen back quite a bit. Currently 8 laps down the leaders is Radicals Online, the number 2 car. Paul Ilbrink currently at the wheel of that machine. Mr. Ilbrink not many laps into his stint at the moment after taking over from Jari Wittuk. But yeah, despite starting 4th there currently, 13th in the HPD class with being the last of the leading group of HPDs before the GT1s start filling up the timesheets. Meanwhile, this battle for P1 and P2 in GT1 Fonty is starting to heat up slightly. William Levesque just coming out of the first Mulsanne chicane. His last lap was a 4:01.4. Meanwhile, Evan Merrill has just come out onto the Mulsanne straight, and his last lap was a 3:52. So something's happened to Levesque on that lap.
Yeah, I saw he went into the pit lane. So yeah, if that was a scheduled stop, I'm not sure, but well, that might have been the previous lap. So yeah, 35 seconds between those two now.
Levesque getting passed there by the SDC Motorsports prototype. And further back down in the GT1 field, I'm noticing Car 02, GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports Red. Currently in 5th place in the top 5 in GT1 at the moment. Michael Gray at the wheel of that machine. Another name that I haven't seen in a while. Actually an ex-teammate. We used to drive together under the one banner at XSG Motorsport back in 2010, 2011. So nice to see Michael back out there again.
GSRC, obviously the streaming partner for the 6 to 12 hour time slot for this event. Got quite a good thing going between ourselves, RaceSpot and GSRC for these 24-hour endurance events.
Yeah, certainly. Very, it's very good to see cooperation between some of the major broadcasting organizations in sim racing now, and yeah, makes me very excited for the future, I have to say.
Just be nice if our overlays played the game, but we'll iron out the creases.
Yeah, certainly.
That gap between 1 and 2 And our top classes open up to 1 minute 21 seconds. And the P3 car is only 4 seconds behind, so let's go focus on them.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Mitchell de Jong still in the Coanda Simsport car, and Balas Remenyik still in the Gecko Vortex sim racing car. I believe that may have been a scheduled stop there for Coanda. The last stop of theirs was on lap 238, and they're currently on lap 252. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Having a look at the broadcast chat, Brett Hender asks how many cars are still running. Well, a bit difficult for me to tell at this stage, but I'm thinking out of the 54 entries that we've had for this top split, the last car I can see running is the Phoenix Racing 2 car with George Johnson driving there, down in 42nd overall, and of course we do have a few cars in between those guys not circulating. I think there's about, this is just a complete guesstimate, 40 cars still running, which is quite a good number, all things considered.
Another little battle that's going to be heating up in the next little while. P9 and 10, 6.9 second gap between those guys.
Yep, in the top class between CTC Racing Red and SDC Motorsports. Martin Carroll versus Andre Hegheim. Hegheim had Carroll beat by 2 seconds on that last lap. They're coming up to the start-finish line now. Carroll's lap this time was a 3:39.335, and Hegheim is going to do a 3:41.9. So the gap has stretched out a little bit more between them, but still, this is an interesting battle to behold. You'd almost be able to see Martin Carroll up ahead if you were Andre Hegheim at the moment. Going back down to the broadcast chat, got a question from Dr. E. Brown. Any Australian or New Zealand steerers that you know? I'd assume he's asking about drivers. There's plenty of drivers in this field that we know. The Australian-New Zealand community is pretty big on iRacing, but it's one of those cases where everyone knows almost everyone else. So yeah, we look around and we see a couple of guys that we're familiar with. Of course, the SDC Motorsports guys, Marty Carroll, Anthony Kernich in the Viva La Rift car, along with the Mad Cow Racing guys in GT2. So we've got a fair Australian representation in this race. And of course, this is only the top split that we're broadcasting, and I think last I heard there were over 400 teams entered for this event. So you can imagine how many splits that would result in.
Just had a pass for E31. 49 Motorsports just went past Road Warrior Racing.
Yep. For overall positions between two classes. So 49 Motorsports. We saw Dexter Castro at the wheel of that car before, and they've just come out of the pits, it seems, and put Yeri Yanis in that car as he takes an alternative line through Indianapolis and promptly loses the rear end. Just getting used to that Aston Martin at the moment, with a little bit of a mini Sahara Desert forming on the exit of Indianapolis, it seems, with all that dust being thrown up. The next car up the road from Yanis is the Mad Cow Racing car, James Stevenson. Currently piloting that one. Who's he driven with in this race? They've had Craig Hunter and Scott C. Gray driving in that car so far in this race. And James Stevenson has got the Road Warrior Racing car to contend with here. They're about a lap ahead, so looks like Mr. Stevenson has just come out of the pits himself. So that car's nice and fresh. Has a full tank and completely new tyres. He'll be wanting to try and get by Justin Rebello for Road Warrior Racing as soon as possible, but Justin seems to be holding his own here. Road Warrior Racing currently running in 32nd position overall.
Focusing back at the front, this battle for first and second is 1.4 seconds between these guys, so probably a stop that needs to happen for P2. But,
yeah, certainly. I think this might be the closest that the lead cars have been together since the start of the race. Question being, when will De Jong pit? So his when was his last stop? I'd say somewhere around lap 238. He's making his way through the Porsche curves, and the HPD so sensitive to aero. And if you're following another car through the Porsche curves, you just feel all of that that front end grip go away, and you want nothing more than to get out of that dirty air, get yourself some nice clear air so that you have all of that grip back. It is still a bit of an issue in the GT cars because, of course, they're kind of aero dependent as well. but in the HPD, those effects are multiplied tenfold. I'd expect De Jong to come in the next couple of laps.
So I think we're right on board with the Friction Racing car leading the race at this stage for a couple of laps.
Yep, Frederick Evers has now jumped in that car. Took over from Tom Ward about 14 laps ago. We'll ride on board with him while Fonty takes a little bit of a pit stop. As we see our overall leader coming up on quite a bit of traffic here in the Porsche curves. That looks to be the Inex GT. No, it's not. It's the Bushfink racing car. And we've actually got a bit of a battle on here for the lead of the race. That's Coanda Simsport there, taking the overall lead of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You just saw. So, that's shifted things around a little bit. Frederick Evers now in P2 with Mitchell De Jong leading the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Of course, we may have to expect De Jong into the pits very, very soon. As they come down through the S's, they're coming up to more traffic now. As an HPD driver, this is the place where you want to get past a GT. You don't want to get held up through Tete Rouge, because you just end up losing a little more time. It seems like Frederick has managed to make that work. So as they come down to the first Mulsanne chicane, Evers is still right on the back of De Jong, who immediately moves right and then left. Not sure why he's doing that. Just trying to break that draft, I think. That's very odd, moving from side to side like that. Evers seems to just have the advantage there on corner entry, but De Jong's able to hold his own on exit and down the straights here. Yeah, that's definitely draft-breaking manoeuvres there from De Jong. Trying to minimise the amount that Evers can catch back up to him. So, we do have a bit of a race on here for the lead. However, these cars are a bit out of sync with each other, so they don't want to get in each other's way too much. But they're coming up to quite a bit of traffic. Coming up to Indianapolis, which is not the best place to come to traffic because it's an incredibly fast entry, banked, and we see De Jong just diving up the inside there of that Aston Martin. That's Roque Garcia for Positive Sim Racing, and Evers is going to try and go through as well. Ford GT there on the exit. That's Asbury Motorsports with David DeRoche there at the wheel. Now coming up to the Porsche curves. This is going to really hurt Evers unless he can try and make it stick around the outside of this Aston Martin, and he can. But that's given De Jong a bit of an advantage. Evers having to get on the brakes there on the exit of the Porsche curves. Not exactly what you want to do in that circumstance. Now out of the chicane they go, and on to start another lap, and the next car ahead is an HPD, incidentally. Pipo de las Heras from Iberica Racing Team. The next GT is just coming up into Tete Rouge now. That's Chad Peterson for Zen Racing coming through there. However, we still ride on board with Frederick Evers as they come down into the S's.
Now focus back on William Levesque.
Yeah, Levesque passing a Ford GT there coming into the Porsche curves. Levesque enjoying a massive lead at the moment over Stefan Zeitweger in the Sim RC car behind him, who's just at the midpoint of the Mulsanne straight now, while Levesque coming up to the end of the lap. And through the chicanes, Levesque goes. Very tight entry there into the Ford chicane, but he's still doing well enough. 3:50 is the lap time, which he's been able to hit pretty consistently so far. All of his lap times on this stint so far have been within about 5 or 6 tenths of each other, which around a long track like Le Mans is very consistent. So Levesque really turning it up here, trying to consolidate that lead. Meanwhile, Sim RC don't really have an answer for that. Zeitweger, his last lap was a 3:51.9. However, he's only just come out of the pits after a long break. Actually, it seems that he hasn't driven this car since lap 52. So, a couple of 100 laps break will definitely do that to one.
Just looking at these guys in P1 and 2, half a second between them now.
Yep, Frederick Evers catching back up to Mitchell de Jong. And this is going to really help him here because they're coming up to a Ford GT, but de Jong just dives through on the inside, and Evers is going to take the Ford GT round the outside. Who is that? That is Chad Peterson that they just overtook. So an actual on-track battle here for the lead, coming up to 16 hours elapsed. So cool that that even without cautions and safety cars and yellow zones and all that jazz, we're still able to have an actual on-track battle for the lead of a 24-hour race 16 hours in.
Yeah, certainly race rate, mate, just shows the class of these drivers. These cars still, you know, in mint shape, not a scratch on them, and yeah, really taking it to each other.
So now coming down this first section of the Mulsanne Straight. De Jong's got a GT1 car to help with the slipstream. I think Evers might not be able to get past the GT before the chicane. He definitely won't. He's going to have to stay behind here. Just lose a little bit of time there. See de Jong streaking off into the distance.
Next closest battle on track, P6 and 7. P7 28 seconds behind the car in front of them.
Yeah, that's Jose Maria Lopez in the Thrustmaster Movano racing car, and Gernot Fritzsche in the CTC Racing Black HPD there. William Levesque, meanwhile, in GT1 has done yet another 3-minute 50 lap time. Mr. Consistency out there at the moment in the NX racing car.
Yeah, doing a great job in their class. 1:59 in front of the next car.
So NX doing everything right at the moment in the GT classes.
So, Risha, are you able to tell me, is the P1 car still needing to pit?
I would assume so, because because Evers pitted before him. Not quite sure how long it's been since de Jong pitted last, but I would expect him to pit again very soon.
De Jong opening that gap up to 2 seconds, so it seems to have the pace.
Yes, indeed. De Jong came in on lap 210. He's now on lap 259, so 49 laps around Le Mans in an HPD. I'd say it's a bit easier to do here than at other tracks because you do have a bit of time to rest on the straights, but still, A long stint like that.
One car, must take your focus to the P7 car, the CTC Racing. They've closed up massively on P6. Just a lap ago they were 28, 29 seconds. Now they've closed it down to 23.2. So,
and that's because the Movano car is now in the pits. Jose Maria Lopez bringing that car in for a scheduled stop. They come to a stop. CTC Racing is going to go by out there on the track. Lopez, having spent what seems to be a full stint in that car, or 2 full stints even. Looking like Lopez is going to be staying in that car, going 3 stints. Meanwhile, the battle between Friction and Coanda up the front is out to about 2 seconds. Still very, very close up there, up the front. We're coming up to just 90 seconds to go before we tick over to the 8 hours to go mark. This gap getting ever smaller. Apologies for the breaking commentary, some behind-the-scenes chit-chat. But Friction and Coanda now under a second between these two. The question remains, oh dear, we have a car off in front of them. That was David Browning, the Team Tortuga car, still suffering some major dramas. A very poor looking rear wing on that thing. But as they come up to this traffic, our 2 leaders, the gaps will definitely tighten up once again. And from an HPD driver's perspective, when you're battling for the lead with another car, you've got to try and use the traffic to your advantage in a lot of these cases. You may see some moves being made that maybe otherwise wouldn't. It all depends on how much you want to keep that lead, I suppose.
Yeah, current live gap, half a second. So not much on it at all.
Yep, but they're coming up to a GT2 car coming into Indianapolis once again. This is one of the major choke points on the track. De Jong will definitely get by him before they enter the corner, but what about Evers? Definitely not. Evers is going to get held up. Oh, and that's so painful. Oh, Evers will be cursing that. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can do about it. That is the nature of multi-class racing after all. And that was James Stevenson in the Mad Cow Racing car there that they just got past. Mad Cow Racing still running fairly well in 7th place in GT2. Meanwhile, that disconnected Pure Racing Team LMP car number 3 is continuing to fall further down the order as these cars continue circulating as they don't. William Levesque, meanwhile, in the lead in GT1, has, since his last stop, only dipped into the 3:51s once. All of his other laps have been in the 3-minute 50 mark. So, goodness me. Absolutely stonking pace here from Mr. Levesque. And of course, he set the fastest lap in that car on lap 54, a 3:49.7. Goodness me. Great lap times there. And we're entering the final 5 minutes of our broadcast, guys, before we sign off. So, I guess we'll bring you a final positions update before we start wrapping things up. So, currently in the lead is VRS Coanda Sim Sport with Michel De Jong at the wheel. Frederick Evers in the Friction Racing car in 2nd place. 3rd is Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. Balas Romenyek still there in that car. Core Sim Racing is 4th with Isaac Price in the cockpit there. And Iberica Racing Team in 5th place. In GT1, William Levesque continues to lead and turn out some incredibly fast lap times in the NX Aston Martin. In 2nd place, Stefan Zeitweger, SimRC.de, Iris, Aston Martin. In third place, the Team Chimera car, Simon Trendle, still being consistent as you can be. Just keeping that car on the track. Champs Iracing in 4th place in GT1 with David Martinez at the wheel of that front-engine rear-wheel drive Aston Martin DBR9. Arthur Chan in 5th place there in the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports red car, having only taken over from Michael Gray a few laps ago. In GT2, NX Racing continues to lead. Alexei Alomar doing a fine job in the GT2 car. Shinya Michimi in the Shinya Michimi Sim Racing car in 2nd place. Phoenix Motorsports Black, Kimmo Suominen, a little bit of a ways back, only a few corners though, so remains to be seen how that's going to turn out. In 4th place, Zen Racing, Chad Peterson at the wheel And then your top 5 in GT2 is rounded out by the gathering of Tweaker's car, number 99, with Marco Derricks at the wheel.
Well, I guess it's time that we wrap up our coverage of the Le Mans 24 hour. This has been a long night for myself. It's currently 6 a.m. in the morning, and we've got another few hours of broadcast to go for our V8 Scops round 13 at VIR. I do apologise for some of the overlay dramas and whatnot. We will determine to get those fixed. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and we'll certainly be back for the next official Iracing 24-hour event. Thanks very much, Reese, for coming and joining me in the box. It was a little bit difficult doing it by myself, but thanks very much for coming in and having a chat and giving me someone to talk to. And I hope everyone's enjoyed the coverage tonight. Race Spot will be taking over in an hour and 50. Unfortunately, we can't continue to do this broadcast, but if you stay around and watch our V8 Scop series at Virginia for a 500 kilometer endurance race, it's certainly going to be an amazing race with some great talent there, so thanks.
Yeah, definitely. We'll catch you guys next time, and be sure to stick around to watch our coverage of the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. So thank you very much for joining us for our coverage of the iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans. You've been watching V8's Online, the best race here. See you again next time.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premiere Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sell second. Hampstead third. Your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. What a result. What a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8 Scops, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Philsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?